Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is August 4th. We have a great show planned for you. We're actually on part 18 of our series, The Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. So if this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back and look at the earlier episodes. The purpose of this series is to really give a more clear understanding of what ascension really means, what does the age of Aquarius really means, how it ties into the astrological clock, what really does the precession of the equinox means, and how this all really ties into technology, terraforming, consciousness, etc. And Brother Odel also kind of gave you a timeline of historical events and how those events line up with major reset. So meaning resetting the clock across their imaginary clock across the planet. And that also involved a lot of moving people around and switching identities. Okay, so I highly encourage you to go back and look at some of the earlier episodes. So Brother Odel is scheduled to be with us tonight. He is our brother from the UK. So he is on a different timeline than us. There we go again with that timeline. I think he's 6 hours ahead of East Coast time. So when he gets here, if he's able to get here. So shout out to Brother Odel. So with that said, I do want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to sis Tanya. She was in the building earlier tonight, and thank you for your Cashapp, sis. That was very, very sweet of you. Thank you, much appreciated. I think we have someone new in the house. I think it's Pushina. So shout out to you. Welcome. Shout out to Brother Randy. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to Brother Freeman. Shout out to Nisi Poo. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to Kels. Shout out to Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. And shout out to Son Scotty. It's good to see you back. We know you've been working, baby. So we happy for you. So now if you supposed to be at work, you need to go on and log on off right on now. Okay? And make your coins. So shout out to Son Scotty. Shout out to Kashiva. Good to see you as well. And shout out to Copper Color Libra. Good to see you, Copper Colored. I missed you the past, I think, couple weeks. All right, so with that said, and shout out to the YouTube family that's joining us. All right, so with that said, fam, let me bring on my co-host. Child, we have a lot to cover tonight. Let me record. I'll be the main one with an attitude. If
recording in progress.
Wrong. My bad. Okay, so we have a lot to cover tonight. I have some follow-up items. Yeah, I have about 3 follow-up items, okay? And then you all know we have to go with the go-ahead on with the fuckery, and then when Brother Odel gets here, we'll get into the nitty-gritty. So with that said, let me bring on my co-host and hostess. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Let me see here. There you are, sis. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
I was trying to use these ear sets that I have.
Oh, did you get your new ones?
No, I didn't get any new ones. I fixed the other ones, but it's not. It's showing that it changes over to it, but I don't hear any sound coming out of it. So, it'll be some dollars I'll spend on it. Probably. I'm trying to remember to pick up some.
Yeah, you have to get you some. I just needed to get a new cord. I don't know why my cords keep wearing out. So,
well, I just didn't want to sit at the computer all night long with an ear set. See, this way I can get and walk around.
Yeah, yeah. You have Bluetooth though?
No, it's
okay.
It's old school stuff, I guess.
Oh, okay. No. I know what you're talking about. And I had to just stop using those because I would burn through them so quick. I'm like, this ain't even worth the money. But I know what you're talking about. Cool.
Yeah,
I had them for my phone. Yeah.
The kind you have to plug it into the computer and sit there all night long listening.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I know what you said.
That's the kind I have, and I'm like, I don't want to sit down all night.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
But peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to the family. I'm getting my technical problems that I usually have all the time. No, I'm trying to get it working for.
Oh, you
it's
good,
work well
sis.
for us.
You good. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours too. Thank you.
All right, let's bring on son Scotty, and let's make sure he ain't supposed to be up on that job. Because if you supposed to be up on that job, I'm just going to politely go on and let you go. Because we ain't trying to get you dismissed from your employment. So let's bring on son Scotty. Let's see what's up.
Hey, Brother Scotty.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, how you doing, son?
I'm great. I appreciate y'all. No, it's my day off. It is my day off, so I'm not working.
Good for you.
Right, because mama had to check now. We don't play that with them coins being messed with.
Right, I know that's right.
Sure.
I know that's right.
Okay.
But thank y'all for looking out for me. I'm glad to be back. But I am at the car shop right now getting this little piece fixed. So,
Okay,
I'm going to be on. But if it's like too much traffic noise in the background, I'm going to be on mute.
Okay.
And then, commute back home. I'll jump back on and all that. So, yeah.
Okay, no worries. Okay. All right. It's
Peace and love, brother.
Voice.
Peace and love, Sis Sandra.
All right.
Glad you're back.
Yeah, right. So let's bring on Brother Sean. Let's see. There he is. Peace and love, Brother Sean. How are you?
Boldness and power. I'm good. What's up with y'all?
Good. Doing
Peace and
well.
love, brother.
Hey, sis, y'all good? Y'all good?
Yeah, we good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. I'm ready to get it crack-a-lack.
Okay, child, I don't know where y'all gonna take me with the go ahead on with the fuckery, but every week y'all be off the chain, and I just be.
That's just Sandra.
You know what? She done came off the porch, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Because everybody thought I was the cut up for all these years. And now she done came off the porch. And, I'm just going to let her do her. And I just be straight rolling. I straight be rolling. But you ain't far behind because you took a couple of little digs last week, too, that had me laughing throughout the week. I be busting up. So I'm looking forward to the go ahead on with the fuckery. So with that said, sis. Nisi Pooh says she could tell you got something good, Brother Sean, for the fuckery report.
Yeah, because he's excited.
Yeah, when he excited. And child, I don't know what it's gonna be. Cause last week we spent a lot of time about people washing their motherfucking ass properly.
Oh my God.
I was literally about to say,
all week.
Brother Sean be getting in their ass, and not y'all was talking about people ain't washing their ass.
That's all I don't know where it's gonna go. Okay, Sis Sandra, what you got for go ahead on with the fuckery? Let me get prepared.
I'm gonna be so nice today. I really am. I am.
Okay.
I don't have really too much to say. This planet done speeded up. And they're trying to figure out why. The scientists are trying to figure out why. Mm-hmm. And they don't understand why it's going faster and faster and faster. So, of course, they're passing all these bills to fix the climate change stuff, which they're really pocketing the money and then give the taxes to the people.
Right.
And I don't understand why the people don't understand that the taxes are coming to them for them to pay. And so that's the only thing I see that's really bad about it. And old nuisance is trying to get Hollywoods to come back.
Child, they've been gone for a minute. You mean like shooting on location? locally in Cali.
Yeah, he's trying to pass bills and stuff, money wise, to incentive for them to come back. But
because even on the entertainment front, they even opening back up because, like, during COVID, how in regular jobs, a lot of ones was like work from home. Like a lot of auditions and a lot of like production stuff. If you could do it like from home, you was doing it from home. But now auditions are opening back up, like live auditions. So you going to the studio, going to the casting office, going to wherever. So because they that money.
Yeah,
that money.
But the problem is it didn't turn around and call a state of emergency for monkeypox.
I just really cannot. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you, this crazy stuff I ever heard in my life. It's pretty much a sexually transmitted disease.
Well, they claiming that it's not though, sis.
I don't care what they claim.
It's just in line with the same shit with Fauci when he did the HIV and then coming into the corona and now monkeypox.
You can't say all that. Supposedly and allegedly. Supposedly
and allegedly. Right. But they always try to put it on the so-called agenda people that is connected to that. Like, first of all, y'all, come on now. People wasn't taking the first one serious. And so they needed something more physical because, okay, you give us an elevated flu, cold or whatnot. People can get by on that, even when people is dying, even when you pushing the vaccine. But you got these people care more about their vanity. That's the thing. Than they real actual health.
With it. I said, because even if it was STD or even if it is STD, people don't give a damn. VD, although, for the young people, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra, they know what I say when I say VD. So for the youngins, VD back in, I guess when we were coming up, and I think our parents may have just straight up named all sexually transmitted diseases VD. What the
venereal disease.
Really?
You didn't know what the fuck specifically it was. It was just VD. So if people don't care about VD, child, okay, continue, son or sis Sandra.
Yeah.
Oh no, just Sis Sandra. Go ahead.
No, but you're doing good because see, the thing is, they said it was in 2 children, and then they traced it back to the fact they lived with persons of gay calling. So, I'm
kind of with son Scotty on this. They kind of want to put that on the gay community. I don't know about that.
No, it's really the gay community. It's been out since the 70s. They said it's been out since the 70s. So it is not brand new. And something.
But why is the reason? So if it's been out
and it looked like.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and I was just going to say, if we just go by the etymology, because we know language and how they play on that. So we already got, monkeypox, smallpox, like measles, mumps, like the things that it physically look like. And we know that they just like re-engineered common cold with the other one, with the C1. And so that's the same thing. They re-engineering the same thing connected to, the HIV. When you supposedly get that from malnutrition, it's not sexually transmitted. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was sexually transmitted, why are they calling it a monkeypox? Why is it a monkeypox? It's not a sexually transmitted disease.
Because the guy allegedly, where it started, had sex with a monkey. And
that's the thing too. That's what I was about to get into.
See, that's always an animal. Yeah, because they said the same thing about HIV. It's the same exact thing, and we're not going for it. And CC, it looks like chicken pox to me.
Yes. Well, but what they're saying is, this is what a doctor says, is that they re-engineer these diseases and call them by different names, just like you were saying, Brother Scotty. That's what a doctor said.
That's like we talking about the reset. The biological warfare has its resets too. Right. Just like we talking about pox and we talking about the indigenous people and the Trail of Tears and them giving blankets with that in it. Like they doing the same shit.
It's the same script. It's the same, and it's insulting at this point for somebody to say Oh, somebody went over to a foreign country, and you know they gonna say it's Africa, and F the monkey, or
Well, they said
monkey
about
done scratched
HIV.
them, and I'm just not buying it.
And look at this, like just like with the C one where they said what somebody was eating some bats or some shit. Like
Right.
we've been on this planet for how long? I'm pretty sure we done gone
Somebody
through
didn't
cultures
right
eating
that was
weird
a
shit
bat
and doing
eaters.
weird
Right.
sexual stuff, right? So it's not
They eat
going
monkey.
to pop up now at this time.
Yeah,
People been
I'm
eating
not
bats and
believing
been
it.
doing weird
Exactly.
sexual shit.
I'm not putting it on no specific group with a new VD. I'm just not. I'm just not. And just like with, you know, that specific virus that we can't say or we get shut down. Remember when it was said that that was created and folks got their channel shut down, it's that and the third, and then only for articles to come out and say that's what happened. So I ain't believing nothing I'm not finna put that on no specific group regarding no VD. I'm just not finna do it.
They do. But the thing is, on the other one you talk about, the one I used to say, the hoochie coochie, they done wrote books, girlfriend. That Berg woman and Fauci admitting to what they did.
Right. That's the disclosure after the fact.
Exactly.
But before they wanted to put their narrative out, they were literally coming down on people that were saying it.
I know,
snatching their channels away. So they're liars. The bottom line, they're liars. I don't believe nothing they say. That's just the bottom line.
Brave
you know, they're
New
just
World.
trying to get the
Oh no, I just said Brave New World.
Well, they just want to get the War Powers Act out of an emergency health and stuff like that, so they can control. They're power hungry, you know. They could tell you to sit in your house with a mask on your face for the monkeypox or whatever they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do about it.
And people going to do it.
And they're going to do it. And they're in line for this junk too, by the way.
Well,
I saw lines of people. I don't know if they Photoshop or stage those people standing in line for this stuff. I'm like, give us a break.
I just can't with people because, you know, they get on the live vision and say, you know, this, and this is going to happen to you. And people get lined up and, you know, put the mask on, this, that, and the third. But yet you slinging P and you slinging D. You know what I'm saying? It just make it make sense. Right. The logic, it doesn't make sense. So at this point, people deserve to get what they get. I just don't have no more for it. It is putting out fear. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
It's a distraction.
Yes, it is.
And it causing division. I mean, it's the same old script, just like Scotty said. This is the bag they came out of with the HIV.
Yeah.
It's the same script. And people should be tired of this bullshit.
They really should be.
And tell them to go suck an egg.
All of this is part of that whole political agenda.
Yeah, it is.
Period. Now, at one point, nobody in the alphabet crew could do anything wrong. Now,
true.
Saucy and them set up the comments they made, and they didn't anchor the real sisters.
Yeah, because his fat ass, child, but keep going. Big belly ass.
So now,
no shaped ass, but keep going.
So now the smackdown being put down, saying, okay, you want to be disrespectful. We just gave y'all a whole platform, gave y'all all type of power, and you want to be disrespectful? Okay, we gonna bring this script back in for a minute.
Oh yeah, they're doing that. They're doing that.
So
now sit your monkey ass down and shut the fuck up and be humble now.
Wait, so damn, I never thought about.
All
All
right,
right,
when you bucking the system and you supposed to be on script within the script, like, hold on, nigga, like,
ain't nobody
we didn't-
authorized all that fuckery that you add to the script.
right? We only gave you this part of fuckery to do, and now you first of all, you wouldn't be where you are without the black woman. So how you gonna talk about the black woman and you just like that, like, come on now, bro.
Yeah,
like,
that whore. Let me get my motherfucking water. Whore, I dare your big bellied ass. You're trying to imitate a black woman and you're doing it poorly. I fucking dare you. We getting what from whom?
And he wouldn't even be where he is if he wouldn't have got a pass from black women into the
Exactly.
culture, from the city girls, like being with JT and Carisha and all them. Like, black women make it acceptable for niggas to be like, okay, yeah, okay, I guess it's cool, you know, whatever, and all that type of stuff. So like the bitches that's holding you down, you can't turn on them, bro.
Yeah, his ass is done. You understand me? I said, we get what from whom? You got to be fucking kidding me as you stand up there squathed in that motherfucking outfit, you big-bellied ass nickel. Squathed in them outfits. I fucking dare you. But yeah, you overplayed your card. Okay? But I told y'all that was gonna happen. I didn't just wake up out the fucking bed and say that either. Go back and check my record. I told y'all years ago. I've recently been telling you, you all need to check your community. Check that behavior. So yeah, that whore, he got a lot of motherfucking nerves. But you done.
You see how much time they gave Brittany?
Yeah, that was on my fuckery report.
Damn.
9 years, and ain't nobody said a goddamn thing.
I ain't
All
heard
them
a peep.
conservatives and them patriot motherfuckers, like, oh, you hate America? Well, that's what you get.
Right, and that's not their responsibility to go to bat for her. That's
Right,
that's her community's responsibility. But yet you got this whore on stage talking about black women getting they shine from him. Bitch, you could have used that same energy, that same platform to be talking about freeing that woman that's literally inside your community.
Who's this person in Georgia?
I see Santana.
He look a hot motherfucking mess, sis.
He's a rapper. He's a gay rapper, and he looks like Rick Ross, but he has makeup and he has fingernails and he wears he cross dresses.
He wears
imagine,
motherfucking cat suits.
Imagine Rick Ross cross
In a motherfucking cat suit. Now let's keep this shit all the
I think I know who
motherfucking
you're
way
talking
real. This nigga, big bellied ass nigga, be in a cat suit, sis.
Ugh.
Like he's a bad-ish. He be
Is
in
that
a
the one in the-
motherfucking cat suit and swear his booty on par with a sister's booty. I'm like, nigga, you don't want me to come on your stage and shut your whole shit down and sit you the fuck on that down.
You know, they had a one where at a church. He
Shit.
was a big booty dude with a little tutu on, running down into the church where the people are clapping and applauding him.
Sean got me rolling.
I said, what is that?
Imagine this motherfucker in a cat suit. Am I lying? Stop me, son Scotty, if I'm lying. This nigga
No,
is in
that
a
is-
whole out cat suit, motherfucking nails,
thing
heel,
is,
makeup, and the nigga got a beard. Bitch, whore, I dare you. And then got a song up there talking about booty, 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 booty. I'm like, this bitch. But sisters get they shine from you. Who the one known for the ass around this bitch?
Hold on, y'all. I'll
Or
be
you
right
better
back.
go on. You better go on.
Yeah. I mean, it's so insulting now. It's not even funny. They even got kids dressing up in drag. Like on Discovery
And
Plus
I
and
don't
stuff like
care how people want to dress. Do you? But what
But
you
they-
not finna sit up and do, you whore. It's talking about what I the fuck got from you. Nigga, I'm the motherfucking blueprint. You a badass trying to be copied around this bitch like you got boot. Nigga, like I said, don't fuck around and get your feelings hurt.
Oh, yeah. I don't like him emulating this and trying to outdo us.
And I'm okay even with the emulating. But when you're gonna live this pussy ass had the nerve, you know what? Pussy is too nice of a word for him because that'll be a compliment
don't
to him.
Use that one.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah.
You big bellied ass nickel. Got the nerve to say black women get our femininity from him.
Oh Lord, I know he crazy.
Crazier than the motherfucker. Exactly. It's insulting.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
squazzed up in that motherfucking cat suit, looking a hot motherfucking mess.
He wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for a woman. So what do you say to that? He won't say that now.
He better go on with that bullshit. I know that. Shit. So now, where were we on the fuckery report?
It's kind of like they're in competition with us.
Well,
why?
What the fuck is the bruh? Where's the competition?
I don't know. I'm sick of it.
I know you ain't trying to compete with the blueprint. That's what the fuck you trying to do. You trying to compete with the blueprint, squazzed up in this outfit. No, nigga, you will never, ever out-woman, out-feminine the blueprint.
Wow.
You get your entire swag from the blueprint.
I know that's right. I just can't stand it when they try to outdo us like that. It's like
he better go on some motherfucking where. I'm telling you. He better go on somewhere. And y'all better stop letting them get away with this. I'm not for this fuckery.
Did you see AOC congratulating a room full of them for being who they are? And I
don't care about that. I don't care. If you want to call yourself Queen of motherfucking Munda, that's your, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm going to tear your ass out the frame when you come over telling me what I am. That I'm not going to have. Stay in your motherfucking place. You can't compete with a woman. There's nothing to compete with. Because trust me, you big bellied ass nigga squazzed up in that cat suit. Anytime you feel you're in competition with me in regards to a man, a nigga, that's your man. He ain't checking for me. He checking for you. You see how that works? Ain't nobody in competition with you for no man. No, we don't roll like that.
No.
So it's insulting. All of this bullshit trying to rename women. Y'all going with the fuckery. I'm telling you, we're not here for it. And you're going to keep pushing the envelope, and you're going to totally lose black women's support. Don't fucking forget who was there for you when nobody was there for you. Because had it not been for the black woman, you wouldn't have the type of protection that you have and had. It was us that kept your secrets. Bitch, don't play with me. You know motherfucking well it was black women that kept your secrets. And accepted you who the fuck you are. You put some motherfucking respect on the black woman's name. And I mean it.
That's what my son said. My son said that's how they got started is we did that. That's what he said.
Shit.
And but they try to knock us down now. So, they better than we are, they claim.
If he don't sit his big bellied ass down, squazzed up in that cat suit, talking about somebody copying off of him. Bitch, are you serious? So continue. Where are we with the go ahead on with the fuckery?
I think we lost it.
I've been waiting to get on his.
I think, oh my God. Okay, whatever.
Right, with that bullshit.
You know, this called the pronouns, the proper pronouns. That's what we're on right now.
That's what I'm talking about with renaming women. Bitch, I don't answer to none of that. Who the fuck is you talking to? Because you ain't talking to me.
It's what you want to be, is not what you are. That's what the doctor said.
I don't give a fuck what folks say they are. That's their business. That's their right. But what you not gonna do is tell me what the fuck I am. You don't get to change my gender around here, motherfucker. I'm the archetype. I'm the blueprint. Sit the fuck down somewhere now. You done overplayed your card. All right. So.
Yeah.
So, son.
That's truth. That's truth, you know.
Yeah, shit. Son Scotty, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
I think he went on mute.
Oh, okay. He on mute. Okay, Brother Sean, you got any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, bruh.
Oh, here we go.
Family. When does family actually matter? Mm-hmm. And what is family to you? Most people's loyalty is to the system they claim to hate.
Right.
The system that they use for every excuse other than being accountable. This system couldn't have got put in place and wouldn't still be in place if we were accountable. Accountability, the very thing that's being ignored right now.
Right.
They keep hollering reset. Basically, they talking about zeroing out. At a point when you're supposed to be zeroing in. If everything is within you that you need to change everything, why are you still waiting for them to save you? Why are you still asking them for permission? Motherfuckers coming back around, renewed, same scamming motherfuckers with paperwork packages.
Yup.
Rebranding themselves as some type of Aboriginal community.
Come on with it now.
Just to get you to fucking sign up underneath them and enter into a new contract of fuckery. And it appears plenty of people falling for that dumb shit. He's still using his same name, which I couldn't pronounce back then.
Oh, Lord.
And I ain't even about to put the energy off into to pronounce now.
Right.
But family, you see, we still got motherfuckers that look like us trying to pull bullshit with everything that's going on. At a pivotal time when majority of you on this session have awakened to who you are, you still see motherfuckers pulling dumb shit. Mm-hmm. And it's easier to see that shit now that you know who you are. Once you realize that, ain't no fuckery about to be pulled on you at all. You sit up bullshit with a motherfucker. Listen to what he got to say. But the whole time, your mind made up because you know who the fuck you are.
Exactly.
So he just talking shit and you just sitting back watching him, listening, seeing how long this motherfucker gonna talk shit.
Right.
And then you just bust his bubble and bring him back down to ground zero. And they hate you for that.
Mm-hmm.
They put more energy into hating you for being you than they do to the motherfuckers that's actually doing shit.
Exactly.
Yes, true.
Which usually was their ancestors. But I digress for now.
All right, Brother Sean. Very, very good point. Very, very good point. Okay, so we kind of talked about it a little bit, but just to reiterate, let me bring this up. Hold on, fam. Okay, we're gonna get into what's the face being sentenced, Brittany being sentenced. So let me go on and share these screens. Shit, folks sitting up here focused on the wrong, like Brother Sean just said, focusing on the wrong thing. And this foolery, if people don't go on here with the fuckery, I just don't have it to give. I really don't. In the words of my baby sis, I don't have it to give. Okay, so let's go over Brittany's sentencing.
9 years.
Where are we at? Okay, so let's go over this. So this is, I think this is Atlanta's news, Local 11 Live. So let me see what they got to say. Hopefully they don't play no bunch of commercials. So let's see.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway.
Because I don't feel like being censored for they little raggedy commercials. Skip ad. All right.
Breaking news just into our newsroom seconds ago. A Russian judge has just sentenced WNBA star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. It's been 6 months since Griner was arrested at a Moscow airport, accused of trying to smuggle cannabis oil in her luggage. Today, before the verdict was handed down, Griner made an emotional plea. She maintained she had no intention of breaking the law. She also apologized to her teammates, her fans, and family for, quote, the embarrassment she's brought on them. She called her actions an honest mistake, adding that she hopes the ruling does not, quote, end her life. Again, a judge just sentencing Griner to 9 years in prison. The maximum was 10.
All right, fam. So there you go. Now, again, I don't remember the LGBTQ community coming to bat for her. I don't remember that. I don't remember it. But now, if I would on this live right now start to go in saying some, yes, fair use with that video. If I was on this live right now, go in to say certain words that are offensive in that community, this video would be flagged and taken down. But yet, I did not see yet said same community coming out and saying anything on her behalf. And that be the hypocrisy I be talking about. Now, I'm not by any means trying to condone her bringing her little vape over there, this, that, and the third. You should have known they rules. this, that, and the third. Anybody that's done international travel, you know you don't be fucking around when you in somebody else's country. Now, I don't know how strict Russia is. I've never been to Russia. I know how strict China is. Been to China and my nerves was shot. I checked my stuff about 17 times just to make goddamn sure I didn't have not a illegal Tic Tac in my bag. So I'm not justifying that. What I am saying is, where are the priorities of that community? And specifically, the Black LGBTQ community. You got too much time on your hands with this foolery with a big belly ass person squads in a cat suit talking crap when the focus should have been on one from your community. See, it's the hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy. And I'm calling you out on your shit. You want to pick and choose what you want to have unity about. So you got unity on what someone calls you. You got unity on pronouns. You got unity on these acronyms that you done fucking made up. But yet you don't have unity on someone from your said community being on lockdown. That's hypocrisy and that's some bullshit. And I'm looking at you real side-eyed right now. I'm looking at that community real side-eyed. You was more outraged when Dave Chappelle said what he said. Oh, cancel him. I ain't heard a god doggone thing on behalf of this woman. It's fake and it's phony and I'm calling you out and your motherfucking slip is showing. And once again, I'm telling you, you're setting yourself up. All of the stuff that you done built up, you're setting yourself up. That shit finna come tumbling down. It's gonna come tumbling down. Because folks are going to view you as just bully tactics. Whatever you don't like somebody say, you want to pounce on them, cancel them, mess with their career, mess with their little money. But when it comes to true, real issues, you ain't got no smoke for that. People will lose respect for your movement. I told y'all that years ago. When you have power, you're supposed to use it responsibly. And what I'm seeing, you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting. So just consider this another warning. But I'm calling you out. You all left that lady out to dry. Now, I'm not even saying that even with you all coming together, speaking out against it, that would have made a difference in her sentencing. But damn, you didn't even put up an effort. The world is watching you. You just took a huge ding in your reputation. Clean it up. So that's all I gotta say. Yeah, solidarity of convenience only. Yeah, we see it. We see it for what it is. All right. So that's that. Now let's get on the next topic. All right. So we talked about this a couple of times. about this whole abortion stuff, with the Roe versus Wade being overturned. And then I told you, share with you all, someone in Ohio presenting a bill with child support at the beginning of conception. I forget what the specific name of it is. So now it's made it higher up. So let me pull this up. Because, see, people want to talk all that bullshit and have them motherfucking signs up and want to sit up here and play. But you're not thinking in the grand scheme of things what that really means. So this is from The Hill. Again, fair use. Now, this is the Senate proposing, Rubio proposes child support regulations beginning at conception. So y'all want to sit up here and play with these things? Oh, okay then. Okay. So now let's see what this new one is coming up with. Let's see what they little bill. Well, damn. It ain't gonna give it to me? Oh, well, damn. I might have to read it. All these advertisements is such a turn off. I just may have to read it. That's
the only way they make money.
Yeah, I mean, in their defense. Okay, I mean, because I got ads on my shit. So let's see if this is it. But, see, that ain't even giving me the story. That's something else. All right, I got to read, y'all. All right, so Senators Mark Rubio, Republican out of Florida, and Kevin Cramer. Now, you know what? Shout out to the Repubs. Dems, why the fuck you didn't put this on out there like that? So Senators Marco Rubio from Florida and Kevin Cramer out of North Dakota introduced a bill Wednesday that would allow mothers to collect child support at the beginning of conception. So I want y'all to pay attention, especially all of those pay attention. Your pocket's finna get hit up. Okay, the bill would amend the Social Security Act to ensure that child support for unborn children is collected and distributed under the Child Support Enforcement Program. So, folks that claims that child support is, treating them unfairly. Okay, that the courts look in favor of the mother, that it's too much money. Although I've pulled the numbers and I don't know what y'all consider too much, because the average for Black women is $50 a month. But we finna continue. They're telling you that they finna hit your ass up at the time of conception. Enforcement program. Meaning, you gonna run them ends. Under the bill, mothers will be able to request child support from the month of conception onward, but would not be required to do so. Mothers would also be able to choose whether to collect child support payments retroactively through the month of conception, including if paternity is only established after the birth of the child. So, y'all that be talking that shit about child support, if they're talking about that baby ain't yours, and when that test come back, you are the father, and them courts go retroactive on that ass, or the ones that's been dodging it, and they go retroactive on that ass, well, you might as well add 9 more months to that as well. Caring for the well-being of our children begins long before a baby is born. It begins at the first moment of life, conception, and fathers have obligations, financial and otherwise, during pregnancy, Kramer said of the bill. 8 Republican senators are co-sponsoring the bill, including Senators Steve Daines, Jim Inhofe, Cindy Smith, Marsha Blackburn, Rick Scott, Roger Marshall, James Lankford, and Roger Wicker. Representative Mike Johnson introduced partner legislation to the Unborn Child Support Act in the House. Now, why am I seeing all Republicans introduce this bill? You want to know why? Because the Democrats, all they want to do is fucking pander for the black vote. Yeah, I fucking said it. And no, I'm not a Republican. I don't rock with either one of them. Because for the Dems, it was the Dems. They're the ones against the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So you would think that the Dems came out with this. But no, it's the Republicans. But let's continue. I hope good legislation like the Unborn Child Support Act gets more support now that the Dobbs decision encourages us to look more seriously at supporting mothers and their unborn children, Hyde-Smith said in the support of the bill. So again, Democrats, you phony motherfuckers, Democrats, who claims that you care about women and children. Soon as that Roe versus Wade stuff came out, you should have been hitting on this angle. Now, I do see Biden is hitting on the other angle, building in some legislation. I don't know if it's been signed or not yet, to give money for women to travel to states that will allow for them to get abortions. But you should have been hitting it from both ends. Yes, sir.
It's a multitude of ways to look at this. Now, considering the Republicans always figured everybody should work, everybody got to work and earn theirs, even though they shit was handed to them through their bloodlines.
Right.
What they're saying is, which I agree with, the mother should be supported throughout the entire pregnancy. But with them, that's saying that under no circumstances can you abort the baby, because if you can consider it a child to collect child support off of it, you can't say that it's just this clump of cells that you can get rid of.
And that's a very good point. And I'm not mad at them at that point. If that is their position, because that's their position, that at the time of conception, it is considered a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not mad at that. If that's the position they want to take, that's the position they want to take.
And then also, considering what Biden said, you have to look at the more nefarious part of why they really wanted to continue. Mm-hmm. You have to realize that those products go into just about everything that we consume.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people are saying, go back to nature, return into self, return into divinity. It was a time when the sisters spontaneously aborted. if they felt the pregnancy wasn't right. They didn't have to go to nobody else to do that. Or the medicine man or medicine woman gave them certain herbs. To do it. But there was a ceremony behind it. It was given respect and given a proper burial. It wasn't just given up for commercial use.
That is an excellent point.
And to me, that's where people are going wrong. That's where the generational curses come into play. Because you explained nothing to this soul that you made a contract with.
Exactly.
So it's angry. And in another cycle, it can be that parent that abuses the child. Just saying.
No, you made very good. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
It's just that there are so many different realities and people fail to realize what our thoughts and minds can bring into manifestation.
In existence,
It doesn't matter if it's low vibrational, high vibrational, or anywhere in between. We're the ones manifesting everything that's happening.
Agreed.
I digress.
I agree. Thank you for that, Brother Sean. Very, very good points. Extremely, extremely good points. Because at the end of the day, everyone should be responsible for their how you procreate, and thought should go into it. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I don't know everybody's situation. I ain't in your bedroom when you doing your thing or how you make your selections. Or selections, plural, but it most certainly appears that there is not a lot of planning or thought process going into it. It appears to me that people put more planning into buying a house or buying a car versus who you're choosing to procreate with. And there's serious consequences behind that. We're seeing the consequences. And especially that's in the melanated community. We see what those consequences are. So at a minimum, if we get nothing else out of this, that should be the level of understanding that we get out of it, is to take accountability and responsibility for your choices when you're procreating. Because I don't know about y'all, but I don't want nobody telling me what to do. That's just me. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my soul, my spirituality, my consciousness, my body. So with that said, I have to take total ownership of those things. Okay? We have to start telling the truth and stop sitting here fucking lying and pretending and making excuses. We have an issue. We have an issue, and I'm only speaking on the Americas. We have an issue with families. We have an issue of people taking care of their children. It's a huge issue. All right. So, nonetheless, Republicans like, nope, at the time of conception, that's a baby. So you finna run them ends. The Unborn Child Support Act is one of the multiple bills proposed by Republicans aiming to support mothers in the wake of the Supreme Court's Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization ruling, which overturned Roe versus Wade. Rubio on Thursday introduced another bill, the Standing with Moms Act, as part of the pro-life, pro-family framework he rolled out after the Dobbs decision. The framework includes proposals to expand the child tax credit, provide additional funding to the special supplemental nutritional program for women's, infant, and children, WIC, and make the adoption tax credit fully refundable, among others. Now, we already know in the melanated community, melanated children are not being adopted. It's the opposite. Melanated children are sitting in the system, being transferred from home to home to home as the foster children, because no one in the family stepped up to take the children and raise them, because whatever was going on with the parents for whatever reason. So either they refuse to do so, or you have multi-generational dysfunction that are unable to take care of children. See, these are the things as a collective melanated community that need to fucking be discussed. Where is the accountability? We can't say we don't want abortions on one hand, but yet the children are being neglected on the other hand. Just no accountability nowhere. But let's continue. Republicans are also responding to criticism from both the public and their Democratic colleagues, accusing them of a lack of care for mothers and children after they have been born. Yep. Not only do they want to force women to have children if they are pregnant, but when they do have them, they don't want to provide any support for them. Senator Mazie Hirono, Hawaii, a Democrat, Hawaii, told the Washington Post earlier this year. Okay, so that's been the Dems' argument for the longest. And I could understand that argument, but here's the flip side to that argument. Where's the fucking father? Now that's, okay, Republicans, I'm sorry I had to, put it raw like that. That's their standpoint. Where's the father? See how that works? Where's the accountability to both parents? Because as far as they're concerned, why should the state have to take care of another man's child? So that's the flip side of that argument. Okay? Yes, sir.
You could also look at it from this point. The so-called state should have certain obligations, considering they profited off of countless brothers being in jail for nothing. I'm talking about the ones that are innocent and in jail or were killed innocent, and the state profited off of it.
That's understandable, but that's on a case-by-case basis, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah, because that definitely shouldn't be blanketed. And, if they are found innocent, then they got to run that man his ends. Because, yes, they put that man in that position to not be able to take care of his child or his children.
But let's be clear. Nothing I say will ever be in defense of a motherfucker who ain't doing what he's supposed to do
for them children.
Period.
Right.
Ever.
Ever.
For But I know for a fact there are extenuating circumstances.
Absolutely.
That good brothers have got caught up in.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
to them brothers, I say keep pushing on, keep fighting that fight, and take care of them babies by any means necessary.
Exactly. Exactly. So absolutely. We're not including you in the ones that don't take care of their children.
Because they shouldn't have to pass legislation for any of this shit.
No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. I shouldn't have to go to court to tell you to take care of your child. It's all, to be honest, I don't know how motherfuckers aren't embarrassed. I'm just finna keep it all the way motherfucking real. I don't know how people are embarrassed. How the fuck did that even come acceptable for someone to have to tell you to take care of your children? How did it become acceptable as a woman? You know that he ain't shit ass nigga, and you still lay down with him, okay? And the fact that, okay, if you just wanted to get one off, you gonna put yourself in the position to possibly procreate with an ain't shit ass nigga? I don't understand why people aren't fucking embarrassed. We've fallen so fucking far that it ain't no embarrassment about the shit. Literally, what, 2 generations in? Because, Brother Sean, when we grew up, that shit was fucking embarrassing. You get talked about like a motherfucking dog. Your family wasn't giving you no fucking passes on no fuck shit like that. Either way, ain't no way none of my cousins, let me tell you something, my aunties and them, they will run your ass down. You understand me? You get talked about like 4 dogs, and they're not gonna be, no, they're not gonna sugarcoat it like, baby, why did you do? They're gonna be raw, you stupid bitch. You mean to tell me, and I'm not lying, you set your dumb ass up here and got pregnant by a nigga that already got 4, 5 kids. That's how raw my auntie them got down. Or you didn't set up here, took your dumb ass out here and got pregnant by a dude that ain't taking care of the other children. What the fuck wrong with you round this bitch? Now there's no shame in it. That's
Because
how far folks have fallen. Yes, sir.
It's because it's been culturalized.
Exactly.
It's been presented as a culture.
And I resent it. It's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, that we would let somebody else tell us that at our lowest, that's the best that we can do. They glorified it, the music, this,
exactly.
that, or the other. Because having been in the industry and just knowing quite a few artists, they would have preferred to have done other things.
Yeah.
They were talented and actually wrote about other stuff, put other stuff out there. But when they were told that ain't what's happening, you ain't gonna make no money off of that. The industry ain't about that. That ain't where it's going. And then they sell out.
Yep. But as a community, in quotes, we accepted that bullshit ass music. We accepted the degeneracy. And the shit is so bad, you got motherfuckers running around. When they see a black woman, this is still in said community, they automatically assume that you fit one of them stereotypes. And it's fucking embarrassing. I've had to check a few people online like, bitch ass nigga, who the fuck you think you talking to? But that's how low we have sunk. We just assume that is the plight and the story of everyone. How the fuck aren't folks embarrassed on that? It's not acceptable. This is not acceptable for an entire collective community to keep going to your oppressor begging for shit. Like you are a child. You gotta beg for them to fucking feed you. You have to beg for them to fucking house you. Now they're telling you what you could do with your body. This shit is fucking embarrassing. You should be we should be as a collective ashamed. And then when we point these things out, no, that's not cute. Oh, you just old fashioned, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, what are you producing? Based on this cultural norm and behavior, what is being produced? Nothing but degeneracy.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Remember back in the day when before a guy was going to date you, he had to come over, meet the folks.
Yup.
Ask permission to take you out. The parents eventually got to know each other. It was family dinners together, this, that, or the other. Families getting to know each other as well. And then when there was a marriage, it was with the blessing of both families. And they make sure that y'all all right, where you ain't got to come back asking for shit.
Exactly.
Because you're in a position to take care of the family. You've been brought up that way. Those are the examples that you've been around. That was just the way of life.
Yep.
Until we accepted all this outside fuckery and other people telling us how our family structure should be, what we should and shouldn't accept.
Yep.
Of self first and foremost. And you didn't go outside and do shit to embarrass your family's name.
Sure didn't.
It wasn't about nationalities.
Nope.
Wasn't nobody running around talking about what nationality or quote unquote race they were. It was about family.
Family, that's right.
And you ain't do shit to tarnish the family
name. That's right.
So it's like you were saying, motherfuckers just don't care no more. It's whatever. The children don't bring nobody home to be introduced.
Nope.
You don't know who they out with. Nothing. Everything's a goddamn secret.
Yep.
And they not gonna say shit no matter what.
Right.
A lot of times you don't find out who their friends are. The one of them call you, talking about such and such in jail, the police pulled us over.
I just don't get it.
And you like, who are you?
Right.
Oh, I'm such and such friend. You who?
Right, baby, who? Right.
But I digress.
No, you're right. I thought about something that happened, and shoot, I was in my 20s, and my mom had a party for her sisters. It was like a whole weekend where they came over our house. Was I moved? Yeah, I was moved out by then, but nonetheless, your parents' home is still your home, regardless of the fact. So they came over there and did a girls' weekend. It was like a sisters' weekend. And so some of the nieces were over there because they were dropping their mom off, whatever. And then the nieces, we were going to go out. Child, that was a classic because the first night we were there, and two of my aunties, they've since transitioned, and they was the funniest out of the bunch. They, oh my God, they're like the women Richard Pryors. But anyhow, classic shit. So one of my cousins, girl cousins, she couldn't make it. Okay. Number one, she has a lot of children, so she just couldn't make it. But her mom, the ones like another Richard Pryor, was there. So I don't know how Auntie got on telling my cousin's business. Baby, let me tell you, she got to going in, and I told her ass, why the hell you messing with that man? You knew that man was up in the church, and your hot ass that made him fall from grace. So she going in on my cousin's selection in her father, the child's, her baby daddy. And so she was putting it so comical, but I'm like, damn, cuz ain't here to defend herself. So I had to like tiptoe out, call my cuz. Ain't he over here telling all your motherfucking business? What? What she say? I got the name and what she said. She lying. Although I know ain't one lying because another cousin had told me like a year ago these same stories. I'm like, well, cuz I'm just telling you. So she like, girl, come pick me up. I said, shit, I ain't finna pick you up, and then my mom thinks she finna start in on me, telling my motherfucking business inaccurately. No, you the fuck on your own, cuz. I'm sorry, I can't help you out on this one. So I'm saying all that to say, you just didn't get them passes. You didn't fucking get them passes. Bottom line. We are accepting the degeneracy. So let's continue with this article. Washington and Lee University Law School professor Carlos Chapman posted a viral tweet in May reading, if a fetus is a person at 6 weeks pregnant, is that when the child support starts? Just figuring if we're going here, we should go all in. Hollywood has also weighed in on the child support question after Roe's demise. In states where abortion is illegal, the father should be financially on the hook at the moment of conception, actor Ken Olin tweeted days after Dobbs was handed down. In a statement, Kramer referenced a Bucknell University Institute for Public Policy poll indicating that child support payments beginning at conceptions have some popular support. The poll found that about half of respondents favored the payments beginning at conception, including 53% Democrats, all right, Democrats, 47% of Republicans, and 40% of independents. All right. So 28% of respondents imposed a child support expansion, while 25% said they were unsure. Okay. So it sounds like majority is ruling. They're in favor of it. So get ready. Y'all want to be out in these streets slinging your parts? You're finna pay.
You know what? That's really interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
They'll give it to you child support at conception, but they don't hardly give you child support at divorce.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about, sis. When I pulled them stats, because I didn't know. And when I pulled the stats, sis, I almost fell over at the average amount of child support people receive. I was appalled. I'm like, how the hell is you're
$25 a person, and $25 a child.
Girl, well, you know they did. I don't know when the last time. When I pulled the numbers, it had went up to $50 as the average. $50 a month, sis.
I know it's really appalling, and you have to fight for that because our men don't want to pay for their children. And my mother told me, this is what my mother told me. She says a man will only pay for the child of the woman he likes.
Or that he's fucking. Let's keep it real.
Well, my mama didn't say that.
I know she didn't. I'm not trying to, excuse me.
Yeah.
Big mama, I'm not trying to say that.
Yeah, that's true. That's
not
true.
at
But,
all.
you know, if the man doesn't like the woman, he's not going to pay. That's what she said. And so I said, And that's obviously, well, it's for some, that's how it goes. But there's some that won't pay for none of the children. And they were happy making them. They were really happy making them. But they're not going to stand up as a man to be a man and father for their children or for the woman to help her take care of them. And I don't really understand that unless that jungle juice that girl got put in jail for, it's what's altered our people. You know, we're so stuck on smoking that bud or drinking that wine or whatever. You know, but we don't really cognitively want to think anymore. We just want to. We're in a land of make-believe. And that's why virtual reality probably is working really good for our people, because they get in the land of make-believe. And so
but they still gonna be fucking.
Yeah, they are. And that's when it gets better. You know, they tell you it's better when you're high. Don't they say that? So, well, I don't know if they say
I don't even know why they blaming it on the herb, because bottom line is people know what they're doing. You know how babies get here. It's called the I don't give a fuck and lack of discipline.
It is.
We have to keep it all the way real. It's the I don't give a fuck and lack of discipline. And I do not understand how people are running around here doing all this procreating, and then, you know, when the pregnancy happens, well, y'all don't like each other. Well, was you liking each other when you was fucking? I'm not understanding, because you do understand how children get here. It's the I don't give a fuck attitude and lack of discipline. And that is a child mentality. I expect that out of teenagers. Although, you know, parents talk to their teenagers, this, that. But you're talking grown motherfuckers whining about the choices that they have made with the people that they procreated with.
Well, let's put it like this. They're the ones who signed the treaties with these folks then too, right? Because they got a chance to smoke that bud and drink whatever wine or liquor they gave them. So it's a generational thing. They still, under the influence of their ancestral mistakes they made, they still make those mistakes.
I agree.
They haven't corrected that problem.
That's what Brother Sean was saying. That's exactly what Brother Sean was saying. You just causing generational karma with this fuckery.
And it still hangs on because they're the ones who signed the treaties to give away our stuff. They're the ones who make these babies that they think is fun to make, but yet they don't want to pay for it. They don't want anything. They don't even want to raise them. They don't even want to talk to them. They don't even want to see them. Because what? They can't stand their karma? Well, they can't stand themselves. They're kind of mental, some of them, that they would leave their own children.
Yeah.
It has to be mental. You have to have low self-esteem.
If we really want to keep it real, I think it's demonic. But just real quick.
Yeah, that's true.
Warrior King said, effing liking each other. Liking has nothing to do with the maintenance of a relationship. Respect and satisfaction is the words needed to be emphasized. I 1000% agree with you. And the other comment was like, why every time I get on, y'all talking about relationships, you trying to make me practice shutting the F up, big sis. Child, it don't even be me. That be them bringing it up. But no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
We have to differentiate between males and men.
Men, come on now.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
And women.
Come on
with it. The thing is, just because of somebody's age, it doesn't mean that they necessarily ever matured from a child.
You're right.
It depends on what's going on in the home. If that's the type of behavior that's taking place in the home, when this child is released out into the world, that's the mentality he's taking. But then again, it's up to the parents what type of behavior is exhibited in the home. If the mother and father are dysfunctional,
that's true,
and still in the home doing dumb shit in front of the children, arguing, fighting, cheating, being disrespectful, they think that that's the way a relationship goes. That's how real love is. If you don't bust a motherfucker upside her head every now and then she's not gonna think that you love her. I mean, a lot of this shit is sick as fuck.
It is.
But that's the type of programming that has been accepted. We can't blame nobody but ourselves.
Come on with it now.
Yeah, that's true.
We perpetuate this shit. We see that this shit is wrong. None of this shit feels right. Even though, no matter what your parents can say to you, well, I love her, well, I love him. But you can see that they're unhappy.
Right.
Majority of the fucking time. Right. If one of them has to stay drunk all the fucking time, or gone from the house all the time, or popping pills, or depressed all the motherfucking time. And then because of what's not going right with them, you getting slapped upside the motherfucking head, this, that, or the other, because the other one ain't there for them to do it to them.
Right.
It's a whole fucking cycle of dysfunctionality.
Come on with
which we've embraced. We glorify this shit in movies and music and everything. We don't glorify the shit that we should.
Come on, tell
And
them.
we have the power and resources to do it. But we accept all this bullshit programming that they gave us in place of who and what we are. But I digress.
No, you hit it out the park. You're absolutely correct. So, I mean, it is what it is, fam. And I know we have to come up here every week and have the auntie scarf moment and but apparently we have to keep doing it because that's how sick the collective community is.
You know, there used to be a time when men and women had fortitude and they'd stick with that problem no matter if they liked it or not. They'll stick with that man for the sake of the children and for the sake of the family. But it don't work like that anymore.
Well, I don't agree with sticking with.
No, I don't agree with it either. But I'm just saying the fortitude has changed in that respect. They just don't do that anymore. It's easier, like Brother Sean was saying, it's cultural now. They get these movie stars out there, these celebrities that are teaching the young girls now. They're teaching them how to be loose and have babies without having a family unit together.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have enough money to raise those children, don't mean the girls that's learning from them should be emulating what they're doing by going out there
agree.
and doing the same thing. It's really retarded because TV and those celebrities are getting paid to do that, but you're not laying down with that man and getting pregnant and getting paid to take that child. So can I call a name of the people who do it? I can't stand
Yeah,
them.
baby, you can call a name because I was getting ready to call a few, but go right on ahead.
The Kardashians,
them bitches, but yeah, keep going. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they act like having all these surrogate women having babies with them, and all these guys and all these babies they're having. It's like it's a free for all. I don't see a family unit in any one of them. Kanye was pretty close to it, but
right.
That dissolved. But the other sisters, they're not hooking up with guys to have babies. They just hooking up. And so they're not making families for all those children. And as we were talking about, what's his name last week? Nick. I saw him today.
Dirty Dick Nick. That's DDN. Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What time do you have to give your child the psychological parenting that they need? They need their egos, their development sections of their life developed.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be developed properly. And that's what you're saying, Brother Sean. The mothers and fathers are, maybe fussing and stuff like that. But there's some people just don't want to have a family unit where they're taking care of each other.
Exactly.
Because that's what family does, is take care of each other, right?
Exactly. Which they have no business procreating.
Exactly. If you don't want to do that, then you need to stop doing what you're doing.
Or just it's called birth control.
Take care. Yeah.
It's called birth control. Don't be sitting up here fucking playing with nobody like y'all don't know what it is. But Nisi Poo said, women and men want to leave over petty ass shit, too quick to act from a temporary emotion instead of doing what's best for the family and knowing when to let shit go. I agree with that. Now, I'm just going to go for a gamble. I would say they weren't a match to begin with, because people are going into these relationships. They ain't, let's fucking keep it real. They don't even be relationships. They be situationships.
So yeah, situationship, just a piece.
It's situationship. And then when they get into, now you have to co-parent, because we was just situationship before. So we was just screwing. Then when they actually have to now have a relationship because you didn't procreate it, they don't even fucking like each other.
Yeah, that's true.
So you cannot build a relationship on not even fucking liking each other from the start, because nobody wants to take the time to get to know somebody.
They said
it's not easy finding someone that you generally like and that you like in that manner to be in a relationship with. And even when you're in a relationship, to procreate. That shit is not easy.
No, it isn't.
So people are getting into situationships. And then it has to be turned into a relationship, because now you done fucked around and procreated. Because if you love someone, if that person is your friend, you're going to try to make it work. That's just natural behavior. You're going to try to make it work. And the way that folks be treating each other, I'll be like, God damn, why was y'all even together? I don't get it. Now, that's just my, lowly 2 cents.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people don't realize that they're trauma bonding.
Ooh.
That'd be the only thing that they have in common at that time. And they let that get them caught up in a physical relationship.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Then,
some people were just dirty.
And then they come to realize that that ain't the reason you came into my life.
Exactly.
People also have to realize that you have to love yourself. A lot of times people realize, like, well, hell, I'm still fucked up. I really ain't over this. You know, I'm still dealing with that. You know, I got to keep my job situation going. So
right.
I really ain't even got time for this bullshit. Now a baby is involved.
Yep.
So now I got to try and get medical and all this type of shit. Like, damn, oh, fuck, what we done did.
Yep.
And damn motherfuckers still don't grow up and be motherfucking adults.
Yep.
Just because you and that person aren't going to be happy and walk down the aisle together, so
right.
to speak. You still have a responsibility to that child.
That's right.
You might find out that y'all were meant to just be friends and everything would have been fucking lovely if y'all had kept shit in the friend zone instead of crossing that line.
Yep.
He says friends make better lovers too, and better husbands as well.
And
that's what you have to make it.
Huh?
In some circumstances.
Right.
Yeah, you have to make the decision. You have to make the decision.
Usually if you and somebody just trauma bonded,
it ain't
never
gonna
really
work.
got to know each other.
Right.
And all y'all talked about was what y'all had been through, and it's
exactly
all dark and low.
Oh yeah, I see. Sympathetic
and then
still.
when y'all hook up and get high and get to drink and this, that, and the other, and get to feeling horny and shit. Then all this jumping up and down.
That jumping up and down takes me out. Right.
No protection, no nothing. And a lot of times people even then fucking stop talking to each other. You know, they realize like shit, that wasn't meant to be, that was just a flame. Then that phone call come. I ain't had my period in 2 months. What the fuck? Huh?
That's a situationship, but continue.
Right. Damn motherfuckers get to playing dumb. But shit, I don't know what you've been doing over the past 2 months. I don't know who you've been fucking with. I ain't heard from you. Now you want to call me talking about you pregnant? Y'all know how I go.
Yep.
But it's shit that y'all accept. Because you sit up here, your uncles and your cousins talk about this shit, and you still do the dumb shit.
Yep.
Some of my best friends to this day, my soul family, are women that I never crossed that line with. We had the most beautiful relationship. And that ain't never been the focus or the issue. Just unconditional love.
Yeah.
No pressure, no stress, none of the BS.
Right.
Can be totally real with each other. Cuss each other the fuck out when one or the other is wrong.
Right. And keep it moving.
And ain't no hard feeling.
Right.
At all. Ain't no falling out. Oh, I'm blocking you. You ain't in my friends list no more. All that old stupid shit.
Right.
No,
we got a very good question. I really want to go over this. I really, really, really want to go over this. What about people who say they want someone who is honest but can't handle real honesty? So I'm going to let, before the Ainies, give our 2 cents. Brother Sean, you want to put something on that?
Yeah. They're not honest with themselves to begin with. Because the reason that they usually have a problem with someone who's honest is because they don't tell them the shit they want to hear.
Yup. Boom! Can you say that again? And I'm going to get the explosion out. Say that shit again.
And being honest, you usually say the things that they don't want to hear. They want their egos stroked. They want praise for every little thing they do. And then when you tell them that they shit stink, their whole world just come crashing the fuck down. Motherfucker, what you say? What you say, motherfucker? No, my shit don't stink, motherfucker. Come in the bathroom. Come in the bathroom right motherfucking now. My shit don't stink.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. And I can't even sit up here and be like, nah, you wrong. Shit, it is what the fuck it is. So, ladies, if you ask someone to be honest with you, you gotta be willing to motherfucking accept that. It is what the fuck it is. But he's right. He's absolutely right. And and just my little 2 cents to that question is, you might want to reconsider that relationship. I'm gonna just keep it real. You might want to reconsider that relationship.
Yeah, because it's like a control thing. Somebody wants to have the upper hand so they can get in control of their feelings or of the relationship or something. Yeah, I don't think
it's living in fantasy. Because if
is.
I ask you, I need you to be honest with me, and you tell me, and let's say you calling me on my shit, whatever the fuck it is. Even if it stings, my feelings hurt, it might take me back. Well, goddamn. But it is what it is. I asked you. You were vulnerable to tell me. And if I want to deny it and I wanted you to lie to me, that's not right. Then I'm not being genuine. I'm on that bullshit. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you something. The most realest G stuff there is to put your shit out on the table. Should nobody be able to run to your mate and be like, back in 72, your old lady did such and so. Your old man did this back in the 2000s. No one should be able to run to your mate and tell you your dirt. That's being a motherfucking real G. Look, let me run this down to you right now so you will know. Yep, I did XYZ, blah, da, da, D, da, da, da. That's real G shit. That's being an adult. That's true friendship. Nobody should be able to come to you about what the fuck supposedly and allegedly your motherfucking man done did or your woman done did. Nigga, you better be coming up in here and telling the truth. Cause goddamn it, if it come back to me, oh, okay then. Your ass is out of here. Mm-hmm. See, people don't want to be real about shit. They want to sit up here on some fantasy fucking island stuff. And then want to wonder why the shit don't last. So if you know you have a past, if you crossing across that threshold to be serious, you need to be, yep, this happened, boom, 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 up front. Give that person the option to whether or not to cross over that threshold with you based on your past, whatever the case may be. That's what being a real G is about. That's what being a true friend and lover is about. Now, how many people can say they've been in relationships like that?
Not very many.
Most of us haven't. Most haven't. So to me, that shit wasn't built on no great fucking foundation. So my answer to that question is, that's not the person. If I'm honest with you, and especially if I'm calling you on something you did, and you get an attitude, well, this shit ain't gonna work. Because you just want me to walk around here lying all the fucking time. But going into relationships, whatever is that you know is going to be detrimental to that relationship, you need to be bringing that shit up when y'all get serious. Because a decision can be made, and that's on both sides. A decision can be made, nah, I can't rock with that. That goes against my, whatever the case may fucking be. You have that option. Both of you have that option to be like, you know, no, we can't get on this serious side. That's what the fuck should be happening. And we know most people aren't doing that. People go into that shit with the lying and the pretending and the playing and still having your motherfucking representative. Not keeping that shit real and true. And I'm sorry, that's not love. That's not friendship. It's fake as fuck and it ain't gonna never, ever last. So now that's my 2 cents. All right, so we got another one. Let me see. I can't fake it if you're black. Just stop working and yeah, no, because this is a good question. Keep it coming. Okay, so where are we at? Damn it, I'm trying to find that comment. Keep them coming, y'all. This is really good conversation. This is really good conversation. All right, I'm finna bring that next one up. Cause that's a good question. We gonna talk about it tonight. Let me see. Damn it, where it's God damn it. Okay, I gotta read it. I don't know why I can't find it on here. Here it is. I can fake it if your black dress makes you look fat. I don't even want you to fake that. Goddamn it, don't be having me out in these streets looking wrong.
Looking stupid.
Goddamn shit. If my motherfucking gut hanging in the dress, put it nicely. But shit, don't be having me in these streets looking wrong. Cause if you ain't matching and you looking fucked up, I'm like, babe, no, you ain't finna wear that. No. So fuck that too. Don't be having me in these streets looking crazy. But let's continue. But this is gonna be good, y'all. But if you ask me if I should stop working and allow you to hold me up, and I say, hell no, we got here together and you're not going to leave me. So is your question is if the woman asks you if you should stop working and let her take care of you, and you say, hell no, and she got an attitude, is that your question? Because if that's your question, then you need to move on. Because any woman asking a man to stop working so she could take care of you, that bitch finna control you. You finna be straight up controlled. You understand me? Because that ain't how this game is played. But I don't know if that's your question. Oh, she did that to you. Well, if you said hell no, then, and if she said I don't want to be together, then what's the problem? That's her option. That's her option. I'm sorry, that's her option. If that's what she wanted in the mate, y'all had that conversation and you said hell no and she said deuces. It is what it is. You have different value systems. So let that woman go find what she wants. She has that right. So to be honest, she did the right thing. She did the right thing. Because what was going to happen was she was going to be resentful towards you.
Yeah.
That's what was going to happen. She was going to be resentful. So she did what was best for her. Deuces. Because ain't no need y'all getting into shit 2-3 years down the line. Then you find out she fucking a nigga with some money. And not saying you don't have any, but I'm just giving it to you raw. If that's what she requires, you said no. What's the issue? That is her right. Just like if it was the opposite. And you told her hell no. And said deuces to her. That is your right. Or let's say that you just didn't want to have a stay-at-home partner. And you said this is not a good relationship for me to be in. That is your right. Because in these relationships, your value system has to align. Because anytime someone is compromising their value system, somebody's going to be unhappy. And I am telling you, that relationship won't work.
We have to find out what each other's values are.
Absolutely.
You know, it's one of the, I mean, a dress, if I'm fat in my dress, you know, you can kind of dodge that.
No, shit, don't be dodging it on me. Goddamn it, my gut showing, babe, no, you ain't got to say, bitch, you look fat. Because then it's going to be on and Papa just say, no, babe, that's not flattering on you. Then I already know, bitch, you look fat in that. Go ahead, sis.
It shouldn't be the center of conflict. You know, and sometimes women kind of tease and make you that the center of conflict, and that's not fair. But there's so many things to talk about. You know, your value systems have to match. Sometimes the men make more money than the woman, which is understandable. If she has children, that has to match. There's so much matchy to
it's
go
a
along
lot
with.
To consider. Absolutely.
In a relationship, you don't have time to argue over petty things. And I would say if I'm fat in this dress, it's bordering on petty, really.
Yeah, but he was using that analogy. And it was a very good analogy because the fat in the dress, that ain't shit compared to I want to be a stay-at-home mom. And I'm going to keep it all the way real. You're supposed to have those conversations up front when you're getting into serious relationships.
Yeah, finances.
Absolutely.
Family values.
You have to have those conversations. Exactly.
But see, the thing is, men choose women they don't want to have a conversation with most times. They look at men are visual people. And they just want the big booty and the big breasts, and they're not thinking about the value system they want to attach to it. So before you go to the big booty and the big breasts and all that kind of stuff and get, babies and all that kind of stuff, you need to have a conversation.
You have to have them conversations. I'm going to bring that baby up. Hold on a second. Damn it.
Make sure you match each other.
Absolutely.
Make sure you want the same things for each other. If you're a liberal and she's a conservative, you don't match.
So not necessarily, because I know some. For people that's an example.
That's just an example.
Yeah, I understand.
That's an example. Because you can fight over politics forever, and so that's not even important for the relationship unless you're really that crazy about it. But there's a lot of conversations to be had before you start making plans to be serious with somebody. And I find that a lot of people don't have that conversation prior to having sex.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. They just look at the big booty and the breast. But there's not a woman who doesn't have the same stuff that another woman have, most likely. We all have the same equipment. So you have to tap into the mind and the soul of a person to see where they stand about children. If you have children, you have to have the conversation about children. If you want children, you have to have a conversation about children. If they want to get married, you need to have the conversation about marriage. These conversations are very important.
They're extremely important.
They're extremely important. And I mean, if the girl don't, say somebody was talking about jealousy, you have to understand where she came from to keep throwing at you that you're cheating on her, because she may have been cheated on by somebody else, which means it's her insecurity. So don't get upset until you have an understanding. Well, you can if you want, but because I don't like anybody calling me a cheater. But the thing is, you need to find out if it's going to be a problem for her to always keep calling you that, or a problem for you. So you have to have conversation, deeper conversation than, no, I don't cheat. Why don't you think I'm cheating? You gotta delve into the issue if you want to be with the girl or the guy. So
but even in that case, I do think, a serious discussion in that case needs to be had. But hey, sweet pea, I see you. You on camera. Turn off your camera. I see your little handsome face. Warrior King want to come up to put something on it. But even with that jealousy thing, sis, it's not. So say like I have a dude, and I'm just paranoid because I've been fucked over in the past, and then automatically out the gate, I'm just accusing this man of cheating, and he's like, I'm not even doing nothing. He has a discussion with me. Why would you think that? Blah, 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 blah. We talk it out. But if I keep that same behavior of accusing this person, that's not that person's responsibility to keep trying to reassure me of a motherfucking thing.
No, it isn't.
That's my issue.
And that's when you have to.
And so if he say, deuces, I'm out of here, I'm tired of you and your bullshit, you crazy. Exactly. You need to get your motherfucking shit together, get your mentality together. It is what it is.
Yeah, that is a full-time job, to marry somebody who's insecure.
Shit. That man don't have to put up with that to be reassuring me, and he ain't fucking doing nothing.
You have the conversation and you just let it go. You have to find out, where
Yeah,
you
there you go. Puccini said, don't marry insecure people. That's work and a full-time job. You better fucking believe it. Ain't nobody got time for that. So let me bring on Warrior King, because he was the one that was bringing up them good questions, because I want to hear his take on it. Hey, beloved, peace and love.
Hey, now, what's happening?
How you doing?
Peace and love, brother.
Well, you know me, man. Look, I'm an honest person. And
that was such
a
great questions. Thank you for those.
Yeah.
Look, people know me, and I like to put things in as if somebody did it to me, but I'm more than likely doing the things to other people, to be honest.
Well, damn, at least you honest, but keep going.
It ain't no game with me though. I'm 40 now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
and I got a
okay,
6-year-old son.
Got you. I'm
started
with you.
late. I took advantage of the opportunity to take care of 4 children. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't mine. I did that. I was high. I was smoking weed. I felt like I had all the answers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Once I got sober, everything, look, I started going to my high voice. What Snoop say on the Wash? This nigga gonna make me go to my high voice. What the fuck is going on around here?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I found myself in that situation, but I wasn't gonna let it go. At the same time, I do have to raise these children. So I found myself in a situation of is a woman who don't receive information to be able to make our relationship better. And it is one of those things where if you don't get down on my program, you should go. But that ain't life. That ain't real shit. I mean, if it is, then everybody gonna be single because don't nobody want to be under scrutiny.
So say that again. You saying what's not real life? I'm sorry, I had to get rid of the sex bot. Sorry, so I missed that part. What's not reality again?
Learning how to deal with somebody who see you for who you are on a day-to-day basis, and we critique each other. I find the women like to avoid confrontation, and men like to directly address it, and the women don't like that part.
So do you think that's creating healthy relationships?
I think it's just common, and it seemed more or less.
I know you said it's common, but I'm asking you. I'm trying to get you to really think about this, analyze this. Do you think that creates healthy relationships?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so say
not the aspect of not getting it, but actually the aspect of going through it. The hardest part about going through something is actually going through it. It's not the end result. It's not how you got there. If we could find a way to work with each other to be able to get over this, I believe that is a healthy thing, because you're going to go through it. There ain't nobody in this world that you are going to completely understand and go through it with a healthy responsible response every time.
That's understandable. That's just a part of getting to know each other, right? And knowing likes and dislikes. But what I'm talking about, to be clear, I'm talking about core principles and values.
Mm-hmm.
There's no negotiating that. There's no getting over core principles and values.
I got you. So, for example, if I want to be a parent who disciplines these children and make sure that I'm rearing them, I can't be with a person who wants to be I left and came back, and my kids and their mom had a democracy incorporated. They said everybody clean up after themselves. Kids, they don't got to clean up after the adults. And then when I came home, I said, no, I'm working. You're going to clean up after me because I brought the food to you.
Mm-hmm.
They said, nah, that ain't how it's going to work right now. I looked at her mama and said, that's what you agreed to? Shit.
So do you feel that that was a core
That was a
value.
horrible. That was a horrible way to live your life, and that was exactly what you saying. That's not negotiable.
Okay, because that's really what
agree with you
I'm
on that.
asking. If that's non-negotiable for you, right?
Yeah.
That situation that you were explaining, was there any getting over that?
Hell no.
Because that would require you to go against that core value, right? Or principle.
Yeah, it would have made me conform if I was that type of person.
Right. So is that fair?
Hell no. But I don't know what fair is for real. Ain't nothing fair, you know what I'm saying? Like if I wanted fair, I go to the fair. Columbus open up when the Columbus Fair open up, you ain't getting fair in a relationship.
Open.
You ain't getting fair in real life.
Because I think we only
that's
got
the only fair you gonna get.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know why we have to make it so hard. If you can't negotiate something, and then if it's a deal breaker, it's a deal breaker. It's just that simple. If something's a deal breaker to you, it's a deal breaker. So if your partner is asking you to accept what you're saying is a deal breaker, that means in this relationship, you're going to be unhappy when it comes to that particular area.
Absolutely. And this is what I want to express to everybody. First and foremost, I'm not concerned about my wife's happiness, my woman's happiness. I don't want her to be concerned about mine. Happiness is an emotion. You could be happy and sad in 2 minutes. Satisfaction, I want to be like Thanos. I want to be able to snap my fingers and be on another planet and take a sigh of satisfaction because I completed something. That's my gratitude when being in a relationship, especially in a relationship that I'm in. I'm not concerned about why would I concern myself about happiness if you can be sad right after that and then I got to get you back happy?
But how is what we just said you making that person happy?
Can't make anybody happy.
Exactly.
I'm not concerned about nobody's happiness.
Okay. So again, core values are core values and principles.
Yeah,
if it is a deal breaker on either end, you're going to be miserable in that relationship.
But you know what I got gratification from? My satisfaction was after 9 years of being with these children and her, I kicked 3 of them out. All 3 of the boys, I fought the first one. He felt like he was bigger than me, so he was going to test me. I fought him. You know what I'm saying? I told him to get out. I sent him to Job Corps. The second one, I took him all the way through school, and I fought him, his teachers, and not physically fought his mom, but I argued with her in detriment because he couldn't read. When I got with him, he was really the one that really made me tug on my heartstrings, because when I talked to him initially, he used to say, like, I had him read something. He said, "Zuh." I was like, "What is Zuh?" And it was a TH. He was pronouncing the as Zuh.
Oh, wow.
I taught him how to teach it. I taught him how to put his tongue between his teeth and say the. I taught him. And I went through a whole 6 to 8 years. And when he finally got to the high school, all of his teachers wanted to pacify him, and they were all women. They were all white women, and they wanted to fight me because I'm telling them, look, he gonna have to pass this test. And they said, no, he don't have to pass the test because he in special education. I hate this No Child Left Behind shit.
Yeah.
They failed my children. His mother failed him, and I was the only one fighting for him. And I'm just not the type of man that'll let that fight go. Satisfaction came when he got out there on his own and realized that he can't do it himself. And he came back and apologized to me and told me that I just didn't know, and you did, and I need you to help me. He came back and said that himself.
Right.
My oldest boy that I kicked out, that I actually fought physically, he came back with his baby, and he living with us right now. He made me a granddad. His baby's 1 month younger than my daughter. So yeah, picture that. I get satisfaction from going through the struggle, because I ain't the type of person that just, I chose my woman. And then anybody who ever choose anybody, you shouldn't just give up just because, well, you know what I'm saying?
So it sounds like it's no issue then. I mean, I'm not understanding what's the issue. If you're saying you chose your woman, you don't want to give up, then you don't have an issue.
No, that ain't what I'm saying whatsoever. It will always be an issue when it's a disagreement.
But disagreements, but let's be clear. Let's be clear. Disagreements and core values and principles are two separate things.
You're right. Matter of fact,
they're two separate things. And what you did for your babies, salute to you, number one.
Yes, for
as
sure.
a man, salute to you. But even if you were not with that woman, that's what you were supposed to do.
That's why I be looking at people like, why you want gratification for doing what you're supposed to do? Like,
but I'm still giving you your praise. But the point I'm making is, just because you're with the mother of your children, it's not the reason you're doing that for your children. Your children are your children, and you're supposed to do that regardless of the fact.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I know you got that.
I got you.
I know you got that. But as far as problems and core values and principles and disagreements and core values and principles, they're two separate things.
You're right. And I did veer off, but I guess that was just the backstory.
That's okay. So I'm glad you brought it up, because we need to keep saying it.
Going against the core values, this is what I want. This is my question. When you have somebody who has a history, everybody has a history, everybody has a past. When you going through it with each other, and it continues to go on over years, 5, 7, 9 years. When do you feel like it's time to chuck it up and let it go? When somebody say they're gonna do something and don't do it for over 10 to 12 times, or when you realize that you're gonna lose your mind if you keep on going through it? I know it's kind of like, I know the obvious answer, but would you stick through something that you really don't stand on, but you're going to have a value and principle that your family doesn't actually, your wife doesn't know about how to raise a family. Your wife, your husband doesn't know about how to raise a daughter. Your parents weren't there for you, so you don't know how to be there for your children, and with two people in the household. You're hearing about these different type of lives, and you want to travel and do all type of things because you feel like it's a feeling thing for you. When is it time to let it go?
So I guess my question to you is, and I'm so glad we're having this conversation, y'all. This is some important shit. And thank you for being so honest, coming up here. This is a fire-ass discussion. So here's my take on it. Because I didn't been in this situation. How we start out, core values and principles, I stand on that. I promise you I do. Every relationship that I done been in, and I ain't been in many, they broke up because core values and principles. Going into that shit, it was made clear, here are the core values and principles. And when that's broken and we talk about it, and I continue to see the same pattern of, well, I ain't gonna follow those core values and principles. I don't agree to it no more. Whatever the case may be. Now, I'm just speaking for me. I cannot speak for other people. I'm out. Now, this is just me. I'm out.
I understand that one too.
Because I will not bend my core values and principles. So if I went into this is XYZ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the other person said this is my XYZ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's say they didn't match from the start. And we talk about that. Okay, well, we ain't matching here. But that other person, but no, that's what I really want. Okay, are you sure this is what you want? Because mine is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, D, E. Are you sure that's what you want? Yes, that is what I want. That's what I want to experience, blah, 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 blah. We get into the shit and I see everything but what you said you want.
Right.
And we've talked about this from the start, going into it. We've sat down, had conversations. Oh, I'm going to change. Same pattern. Oh, okay then. Oh, you finna be left by me. Been there, done it, got the t-shirt and motherfucking references. I do not bend on my core values and principles. Now that's just me.
And then this is the complication that I find as a man. And I know that men and women are supposed to be equal, but we're not. Period. I don't know what to tell people about that. We're not equal. Period. The whole concept is, if I was to leave and I was to take partial custody, let's say that, they would still be over their mama's house, living the life that she lives, and then they would have to come over my house in the structure and direction. I'd rather not go through that, because I would have more of a headache on my hands than if I put her through it and make her understand my point. That's how I feel. What about y'all?
Brother Sean, what's your perspective? I go on pause. I want to hear your perspective on that before I give my perspective. I want to hear the male perspective.
Well, look, bruh, first of all, people put too much weight on expectations, what we expect from someone else, instead of accepting something for what it is. People want to talk about being honest. You have to completely be yourself and leave that other person room to totally and honestly be themselves. Energy is being overlooked in all of it.
That is a very good point.
There's certain things that people don't even have to go through. But if you choose to just go through it for the challenge, you still shouldn't have any expectation. If that person is genuine in who they are, that's what you should accept, not expect. Accept that person at showing you who and what they are. And if it don't align, you know it's going to be constant friction.
Yep.
And that goes right along with their seed. If it's not biologically your seed, then yeah, 9 times out of 10, they're going to go along with the training given by the biological parent. That's their contract. That's where their first allegiance is. So it's a matter of expectation or acceptance. That's the struggle that you'll have. that's the karma that you'll have based on which decision you make. If you're going to keep expecting people to do what you want them to do, or you're going to accept the fact that they ain't about that.
Right.
And you leave yourself free to find someone who aligns with you on that frequency.
Yep.
Sometimes you ain't even got to have conversations about these things because some people are such excellent conversationalists. They can give you the right answer to anything and everything and not feel it at all. So it's that energy, and it's you being true to you.
Come on with it now.
Don't try and change somebody if you don't want to be changed. It's that simple. Be you. Be free to be you. Let someone else be free to be themselves. And if that mesh, it's going to happen automatically because y'all on that same vibe and same frequency. It don't mean that you have to agree on everything.
Right.
Because that's who you are. That's just part of who you are. But just because we don't agree on something morally and to the whole soul of it, if you don't appreciate being disrespected, if you don't believe that children have the right to say certain things to their caretakers, then you definitely shouldn't be in that type of situation. Because you go out there, you work hard, you love the children, and you get disrespected. Core value.
I can't lie. I'm sorry. Excuse me for cutting your wisdom, but you sound like that's great information for somebody who coming into a relationship, what not to do and what not to have. That ain't really talking to the person who in it. Because it ain't really as easy as just let you talking as if when you have children, your life ain't your life no more. You talking as if your life is still your life, and you looking for happiness for yourself.
Yeah, but there's still a certain level of self-respect that goes into all of that. It's not a matter of whether or not something is easy. It's what lesson did you learn from?
Better.
And how are you applying that? Are you going to continue to hurt yourself and stay in that loop? Or are you going to ascend beyond it? It doesn't mean that you don't love them anymore, this, that, or the other. But if they want to reconnect with you, they have to do it on that higher frequency. That's
ascend
not
beyond
you.
that.
It's all, we all have to make choices because they have to decide whether or not they want to go along with that, because their being, soul being, having their own journey also. They have
the
their
people
own.
you saying that's ascending beyond?
No, I'm just saying you would have to ascend beyond that because they're still on their journey. If you see what the situation is, you have to let go. We let go in order to let others grow and in order for ourselves to grow. Your love for them doesn't have to change. The way that you interact with them is what I'm saying.
Okay.
because we come across plenty of people, mainly family. We love our family, but for whatever reason that we can't get along, we stay away from each other. We love each other from a distance. Same thing with children. They grow up, they become adults. You were a child once in whatever situation with your parents or whoever. And then you grew up to make your choices and decisions. Just like you wanted your freedom and you wanted your rights heard and you wanted to be respected as a child. Our children feel that same way.
What? Man, listen, a child. Okay.
I'll just
hold on.
See, we keep
Children,
looking at the physical aspect of things all the time. We're all souls having a journey, and as we say a lot of times, children become fucked up because of some of the shit that the parents are off into. Just because we learn stuff a certain way doesn't mean that that's always right for the next person or the next generation. Times change, frequencies change. And if we
but the core principle doesn't.
But the core principle is people are having their own experience. We create the realities that we want. We are not here to master or control anybody else. It's mastering and controlling self. As long as we keep trying to,
go ahead.
We even have to look at that as far as with our quote unquote children. They are beings who entrusted us to take them to a certain experience so that they are able to ascend. It's still their journey. We may have been the facilitators or the guardians for them when they get here, but that's not for us to completely impose our experiences and our expectations on them. Just like now, we can't honor the treaties that our ancestors had because they all fraudulent and fucking fake. So why would we want our children to continue to embrace this third dimensional shit that we trying to get out of? We have to teach them something different than what we've been taught. We've been indoctrinated from generation to generation. They have to know of their greatness. They have to know that they are unlimited. And if we are hurt by them expressing themselves, what type of gods are we?
I'm gonna tell you like this, man. When I have a 6-year-old, and everybody else above him is 17, 18, 19, and 20. 17, 18, 4 kids, you know what I'm saying? And that don't apply to everybody. I see my rearing of my son like a bowling alley, you know what I'm saying? With I gotta put the rails up on the side because I know my son gonna throw some gutters. I need to be able to bounce off of him from time to time. If he does, let's say I'm that gutter, he has to know for a fact that you can't get away with this. Liberal living, like not whooping your kids and upset like that, stuff like that. I'm looking at people like, what? Like, come on, man. First and foremost, your kids, if my son look at me with a side eye because I'm telling him to go to bed, he's not gonna do that too many times before I pop him. You're gonna change your face. I'm gonna fix your face for you. Your dad told you that, I'm gonna tell you that too. Because that worked. And I have a very, very, very deep respect for my father. I had to come back and apologize to him so many times because he told me growing up that I'm not your friend. I'm not going to be your friend until you have a relationship of your own and you can understand what I'm going through. So as of now, I'm your father. That's core principle. That being liberal, that's just not, no.
I never said anything about being liberal, and I never said anything against discipline. But as you stated, with this child, you know that you need to do this. With the other child, you need to do this, that, or the other. That's still them being individuals. Everybody don't learn the same way.
Got you. Okay.
That's just being real, like you were saying about that No Child Left Behind Act. That's exactly what that is when you place everybody under the same standard. You have to look at each one as an individual. I mean, we love all our children equally, but the way that we have to interact with them and keep them on course is different, because they all have their own thought process. And we still have to remember that from a soul perspective, we are the same fucking age. I know we have certain responsibilities physically, but by us not doing that right is what keeps us coming back in this cycle. We supposed to be helping the next.
You said that as if you believed in reincarnation or something.
You've been here. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we all been here before. This ain't our first go round.
Okay.
That's why we still here. I mean, we've been trying to get out. We keep falling for the same script over and over again, different characters. We keep accepting this.
See, but I see it from a different perspective. I believe that we on earth because this is supposed to be paradise. We can make it what we want to be. You know what I'm saying? The opportunity to have whatever you want is only here. We don't know where we came from, and can't nobody explain it other than an analogy or hyperbole or whatever you believe in. I just, while we're here, we could be happy, whatever, and we could be satisfied and gratitude for the place that we are, because this is really paradise to me, and I'm gonna make it the best way that I possibly can, and I'm gonna pass this on to my children because I realized that my father's father didn't do it for him. My father did it for me, so I'm gonna pass this on from this generation moving forward. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, that's creating the reality that you want.
Exactly.
And that's all we've been saying the whole time. Everybody creates the reality that they want. So if it's 8 billion people, it actually should be 8 billion different perspectives. And it should be cool with everybody. As long as ain't nobody hurting nobody else.
Exactly. Trying to force your reality on somebody else.
Sing that song with me. Ain't gonna hurt nobody.
Yeah. So, I mean, for my particular perspective, I stand on what I said. That's your individual choice. You know in your soul what you really want to do. If that makes sense. You know what your situation is. You know in your soul, I'm speaking at a soul level. You know in your soul what you need to do for you. So I could not answer that question because what my soul would tell me to do, would be different than what your soul is going to tell you to do, because the decision I would make would be based on my soul experience.
As a Creek Indian, I would love to have a community where my Cherokee wife can come and kick it with another Indian woman married and have the experiences of her relating to my wife and me relating to her husband, and we raised in a community again.
That's a reality that we should be creating. Yeah, we should be creating that reality. There's no that, and to be honest, isn't that pretty simple? That's pretty simple.
You know, it sounds simple, but then you got to deal with finances and then location. Blah, blah, blah. It's not as simple. Like if we could build a civilization, first of all, I ain't gonna get into the man and woman thing. I'm gonna get into the simple fact of how to build this thing is not simple.
Okay, let's
it has some due diligence.
Let's break it down simple, because when you speak of, you're basically saying Indians living among Indians and helping one another as far as mentoring folks that's been married a while, mentoring other couples or people that's been married the same time, helping each other.
Yeah.
That's what, let's start with matching up with like-minded people. Start with that. Start simple. We don't have to, change does not have to be a big, grandiose plan. So here's this book. I got the plan in this book. How many pages in this book? 100 and something. This ain't really a big book. 150 pages worth of plans. In order for change to happen, not every 150 things need to be done in this book. Why can't you start simple? The simplest way is to meet up with like-minded people. So what Brother Sean was saying in the beginning, meeting up with people with the same frequency as you. That's as simple as you can get it. Change is going to start at the family level, grassroots first. So when I talk about, we can't talk about building a nation if your household is not in order. We can't talk about building a nation if you walk outside your door and your block isn't together. Change truly starts within the family. And once you have that in order, linking up with like-minded people. Or if you need help within your own home, you need mentors, you start seeking those mentors out for the things that you are looking to create. That's how true change happens.
That's on some real stuff. We've been through, me and her, we've had counselors. We go through Impact. I have a couple of mentors through the community. Mm-hmm. And it's funny that you say that, because anytime that I'm speaking my truth to anybody, when I'm telling my truth, they always cater to the woman's side. You shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. And I'm saying, no, this is what I'm doing. They say, I commend you for that, mm-hmm. but you got to respect this and that. And I'm looking at them like, okay, I probably wouldn't be your friend because you sound like it's a lot of, I'm looking, looking out here, it's difficult. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? It should be as easy as finding common like-minded people. You know what I'm saying? But it's,
and I'm not gonna say that it's not easy though to find like-minded people. I'm just telling you that that's a hell of a lot more simple than you're waiting on this nation to be built.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's a fact. It's funny though. You know what I'm saying? Even like with you, I wouldn't have my wife talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't.
Right, because you already know what it's gonna be. Number one, it's no need for her to talk to me.
Yeah. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's
but
just
now
like
I'm gonna be honest with you. If what you're telling me is the truth, I don't know if you could see me on YouTube blinking 75 times. If what you are telling me is the truth, I ain't gonna tell her what you think I'm going to tell her. So I think you need to go back through my shit, because she ain't gonna get what you think she gonna get. Now that's if you're telling me the truth. Blink 75 times. Because if you stand in truth, you stand in truth. And if you feel someone is truthful and not telling you, and if you want to hear the truth versus what the fuck you want to hear, just like when we started this conversation, then are those people really not being good mentors to you? Or are they telling you truth and you don't want to hear it? Now, I can't answer that for you. It's neither here nor there for me. I'm just putting that out there for you. Because if you are really at a soul level, trying to do the right thing, you want to live in honesty. You want to live in truth. You want to live in love. Then when people are bringing shit to you and you don't want to accept it because it ain't what you want to hear, then well. So I'm not saying that's what your mentors are doing. But don't think because I sit up here and I say what I say, that just because she's a woman, she's going to get rah-rah from me. God damn it, right is right and wrong is wrong. And some things, it ain't for me to call on. It's not in my place to tell a woman to leave a man, fuck that nigga, la 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 la. I ain't that type. Look, I don't even do that with my baby sis. I don't do that with my BFFs. Because that's not my decision. And furthermore, ain't nobody gonna tell me what the fuck to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do. How about that? So I'm just sharing to you. Seek out those mentors. You have to be honest with yourself. Is it really that they on some bullshit just taking her side? And if that's the case, then you need to move on and find someone that resonates with you to give you what you need from a mentoring perspective. If it's really you just want to hear what you want to hear, then that's on you. But you should know those things.
I would love for y'all to understand this about my fiance. I got engaged to her 5 years ago. I took her on a cruise to the Bahamas. I did it on the boat. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't straight away. I would rather beat before I cheat. And I am not discreet about anything that I say. I never heard that.
Y'all be coming up with some stuff. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm serious. This is, I think, based off of my conversation here today, that y'all understand what type of man that I am. I ain't going to guess you. I ain't going to know you just because you saying something that I don't agree with. Right. This is what I'm really on. Gotcha. I want everybody to get it because it's a fight. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I'm fighting alone because everybody around me wants to be a yes man or want to be a part of this corporation so much that they would just allow anybody to just say anything and just make it make sense. It don't make sense if it don't make sense. I am a father. I'm a father first.
Okay.
I put my own situation aside on the other side of myself. I only get paid $2,800 a month, and my bills somehow is $2,600 a month. And I've been doing this shit for 2 years. This ain't no fun life. You know what I'm saying? I ain't living to be happy. Everybody is satisfied in the position that I'm in. I can do it. This ain't what I asked for. I ain't one of them men that say I could do it. I'm a man. No, she left me like this. And shit, I ain't about to leave my kids struggling to stand it, you know what I'm saying, stranded because she can't my wife is good, you know what I'm saying? She just really have a lot of shit going on, and I happen to be the brunt of the burden. Fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like it's look, I'm seeing it all.
Okay, so then what's the issue then? What's with the questions and the scenarios? If that's truly how you feel and that's your sole decision, then
I don't want nobody. I think me coming on, I kind of jumped the gun because sometimes I just want to be heard. And other times I really need some answers, but I'll be getting on your conversations and you keep on jumping on these relationship shits. So I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm an open book. But the reality is my wife, she good. She a nice woman. She lovely, you know what I'm saying? And she don't fuck around. I don't fuck around. Fidelity is not our
okay,
issue.
so now everything's all well. So really you didn't need to hit this link
communication and communication and conversation. Communication and conversation is the problem. If I'm the only one talking and then you making more excuses than me, that's really the issue. I believe that we could benefit from having a community of people who can, you know what I'm saying, having a better example other than just me doing the things that I'm doing to make sure that the house runs smooth. I wish that I had somebody's house that I can go over other than my mom and dad's house, you know what I'm saying, or go to a picnic or a group outing, you know what I'm saying, where somebody else got kids, my kids' age or something like that, you know, because that we don't get that here in Columbus, you know what I'm saying? We don't, ain't no, we trying to avoid, we trying to dodge bullets around here.
Are you saying you need community?
But guess what?
We all need community.
Yeah. And that's one of our problems. In our community, that we're not together like we should be. And we don't, have relationships with like-minded people with same principles and values. And that's what we need to start building. So, but I'm telling you, like I tell my kids, family starts with you. So you can't say your family don't do this and don't do that. So you have to start the community. And like Rhonda said, you have to meet like-minded people if you can, can do that. So you can build your community. It starts with you.
I met my homie I met my homie Jason on BCU. Come to find out, I met him before going through carpentry. We was in carpentry together.
That's what's up.
Before I even knew who he was on BCU, we linked up and we chopped it up, and I kept in touch with him. And then come to find out, he posted me on Facebook like, "You on BCU too?" Yeah, I'm on BCU. So I got him, but one other person. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Look, that was a couple of years ago. You know what I'm saying? I love to have these type of conversations because intellectually, I am that. I have more intellectual conversations with my sister and my daughter than I do my wife. And I think that's the problem.
Yeah, that's sounds like it's some work need to be done.
Yeah.
But you just put it out in the universe, though. So, I mean, this is our first conversation together. And it's never been about not accepting you for who you are. Because there was no expectations when you came on. That's what we were waiting to see, who you are.
Right.
And bro, we have no problem with who you are. And you're already communicating with like-minded people.
All of that part.
It doesn't mean that we necessarily have to be point by point on agreements and everything.
Right.
It's just
Hey, Sister Rhonda, I'm so sorry. Look, I'm so
That's
sorry.
okay, baby. What's up?
Sister Rhonda, look, my next door neighbor, I live in a condo, right? My next door neighbor, 2 months ago, we got into it. We got into an argument. It wasn't necessarily an argument. He didn't want to hear what I had to say because he wanted to tell me how much of a gangbanger he was at 50 years old.
I know his old ass, but keep going.
I stopped the video that I was watching and I told him, I said, look, come listen to this. It was you.
Oh
it
man,
said,
what the hell I was singing at the time?
And Drew Lee, look, the Confederate general was actually a black man. I had him listen to your video. He said, I don't need to hear about all that. You know, I was a young boy from Detroit, man. I said, that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, you a young boy. Like, I don't care about none of that. And I cut him off. He said, you gonna stop talking to me because, you gonna disrespect me like that? Man, listen, I'm sitting here trying to give you information that I just found out. You don't want to receive me. This is the problem that I have with my own family. I could tell my own family that my great grandmother was a Creole Indian, and she was in Tennessee, and then her great grandmother was from the in Canada, the island over there. I can't remember the name of it right now, but that's where they were from. They don't care. I care, and there's so many people who don't care. And I'm trying to find people who do care, and I'm only finding them in few and short spurts.
Well, that's the way it is.
That's the way it is right now.
That's the way it is. Look at the frequency of the planet.
Right.
Everybody's not meant for the journey that you're on. So even when Brother Sean at the beginning, he was talking about high vibration and frequency. That's exactly what we're talking about. We understand that most people are not going to get what the hell we talking about. And quite frankly, they don't care. And I know for me, I had to accept that and keep it moving for me. And that's even family. I had to accept that and keep it moving.
And I think you say that all the time.
I do. You know I do. But just for me, even if it's just me, I say this all the time. I am willing and I do stand by myself when I have to and when I need to.
Yeah.
That's how strong my conviction is on what my soul purpose is. I can't force what my soul is sent here to do on other people. I can't force that on folks.
Yeah, I could dig that. It's just it take me even to another extent because I was the one in the family who had the gift that Grandma JoJo had. You know what I'm saying? She used to talk to spirits, to see spirits and all of that stuff. Well, I saw her in real life. And I told my family that I do see spirits. And they look at me like I'm a weirdo, and I am. I'm weird as fuck.
And that's okay.
You may be a nerd.
That's okay. And you just have to be willing to stand in it. It's a couple good comments here. Yummy. I don't know if that's butterfly. I'm just going to say yummy butterfly. But you must be able to have a conversation with your wife. She's your best friend. She's the person you want to open up to. Y'all have to work on that or you'll be in a dull situation. Nisi Poo says, after being with my husband for 15 years and still together, I had to realize that he doesn't love history like I do, and it's okay. Smiley face with hearts. So just two really good comments. I mean, the downside of this, you know, knowing this truth and really getting into your spirituality is a lot of folks are just not going to get you. A lot of folks are not going to get you. And I had to go through that grieving process to say, it is what it is. It's okay. And so that's why it's a joy when you do meet up with people that get it. That's just the reality of it. Now, that's just based on this knowledge stuff that we know from a historical standpoint, from a spiritual standpoint. Now, as far as your personal relationship, as far as being a partner to someone, raising children together, that's something that, you know, you and your soul and your partner have to work through or make decisions. Right. But you can't change people. I agree. You can't.
Right.
Either you can accept it or you can't.
The funniest thing about it is through this genealogy stuff, like my granddad, he just passed away last week, and he was like, leave that stuff alone. Don't even look at it no more. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I keep on going and going. This is what I found out, right? So his dad was Boise. Boise's dad was Elbert. Elbert had a brother named Benjamin from Taylor, Georgia. He moved all the way over to Cass County, Texas, near the border, you know what I'm saying, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. They moved into Kansas and then moved into Toledo. This is 2 generations after him.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin's granddaughter married a Webster. A man named Webster married my wife's grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
He came from a Rockmore descendant. Ain't that a close call? That's what genealogy showed me. I almost married my cousin.
Damn, that's kind of deep.
That's fucking deep. Oh my God. And I bring that to everybody. They say exactly what you said, but they don't concern themselves with it like that.
Yeah.
It's my journey.
Yeah. Well, all right, brother. Well, you know, we're sending you all the love, you know, and we're wishing you well. But that's soul work. That's soul work that you need to do, and that's something that you and your partner need to work out.
I appreciate y'all listening.
Yeah, but thank you for sharing, because you were bringing up some good comments. Because if we really want to be honest, you know, a lot of people are going through that. But yeah. So thank you for even being vulnerable, for sharing that, because you didn't have to. So much respect to you for that. We truly, truly appreciate it.
I appreciate you listening. I got a shirt to say, my parents told me that I could be anything I want to in the world, and I grew up to be an asshole.
You good. I'm glad we chopped it up. This was a great discussion. So thank you, beloved.
You know, one of the bad things, or one of the good things, is that it's going to get more differences between people as the frequency of this planet change, and the planet is going faster and faster, the scientists say. You know, it's up in the news. And, you know, and I thought, you know, that means we're going to get more differences in relationships that shouldn't have been in the first place,
Right.
or we didn't check them before we got in.
Right.
You know. So somebody said to me the other day, sometimes you don't meet. We use the word twin flames. Sometimes you don't meet your twin flame because you haven't had the right vibration.
Absolutely.
To be with that person. And so you always sometimes get the counterfeit first before you get to your real vibrational partner.
And so I agree with you, sis. I'm just going to add on to that to say that those past relationships, they were also learning. They should be learning grounds for you as well.
Right.
They literally should be learning ground. I 1000% agree with you. Now, just my humble opinion, you know, if we're compatible on that soul level, we're compatible on that soul level. And it's just as simple as that. Yeah. I'm not in this relationship to try to make you do a damn thing you don't want to do. Trust me, I do not want that. Exactly. I don't want that. I want you to be happy in this relationship, because if you're not happy in it, then if I'm supposed to love you, I'm supposed to be hurt because you're hurt and you're not happy in the relationship.
Yeah. And the people go into a relationship thinking they can change that person. Oh, I like him.
That's on shaky foundation again.
Yeah, that is.
I ain't trying to change the so-and-so. That's why when I sit up here and be MFing and SBing and said, do I look like a motherfucking construction worker to you? You're not getting that flip side of what I'm saying. I'm not here to build a man the way I want. No, you come into the relationship on what I need and what I want. I don't want you coming in pretending and fucking fronting, because then you're being something that you're not. And then number two, that you probably don't want to be. And that ain't gonna work.
No, it doesn't last. And that's what the time is. How long can you put up with that? Right. And I think that's what his problem is he's gone so far. How far do I go now? And you said it's on your soul. You're the one to make that decision.
Right. It's on a soul level.
Yeah.
That's why I keep saying it's soul work. I can't tell somebody what their soul journey is. I can only tell you my journey and how I roll in regards to those matters. I don't want nobody to do a damn thing they don't want to do as far as me in a relationship. I don't want it.
But you know, he says that you have to change to continue to grow. But people get comfortable, and you can't make them change if they don't want to change.
Exactly.
Because they get comfortable. They don't want to learn anymore. They don't want to listen to this. They don't want to look at that. They say, I'm cool. Just leave me alone. So you can't think that people are going to change because you want them to. They have to want to change.
Exactly. And I don't want you to change because I want you to change. And then you sitting up getting motherfucking resentful at me.
Right.
It still ain't going to work. No. I want you to be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. And if our values don't match, if our principles don't match, if our frequencies don't match, they don't match.
They just don't.
They just don't match. Now, I'm just saying how I roll. That's why it's hard to find people to have a relationship. That shit ain't easy.
No.
It's hard. So that should tell you anything that's hard like that, when you find it, that's how much precious it is.
Yes, yes.
So each person needs to do their own individual soul work to find that mate, that / twin flame.
Right.
You have to do the soul work to say deep down inside, is this it? Yeah, it's hard as fuck, Niecy Pooh. It's hard. I ain't finna sit up here shit, because if it wasn't hard, I would be booed up. The fucking shit is hard. It's hard. So you have to make that decision for you. You know what your soul journey will allow. You know what you're looking for. You know what your soul needs. Nobody can tell you that but you. But for me, I don't want nobody to do shit for me that they don't want to do.
That's right. Roll over Beethoven and keep stepping.
Because I already know it's going to be resentment. You doing the shit right now, then we get down the line. I can't. Nah, fuck that. You just try to change me to do. You're like, well, wait a minute, nigga. Now, wait a minute. You've been doing this shit for 10 years. Now you going to raise up all this motherfucking resentment. Nah, I don't need that type of smoke.
No. You know, and melanated females or women, period, have the tendency to choose a relationship they can change.
Oh, that's a deadly mistake. I think women now are starting to wake up, and I'm so happy that they're starting to wake up to say you're not supposed to be trying to change no man. And thank God, you know, for folks saying, bitch, why is you out here trying to build a man? Why are you into construction work?
Right.
So I'm very, very glad people are waking up.
And
but, you know, men have to understand that too.
Right.
If that ain't the woman for you, or well, she need XYZ 1, 2, 3, I ain't that dude for her. You ain't that dude for her. Keep it pushing. But that requires a lot of soul work, and that requires really being honest. And if we really want to keep it real, it's doing the fucking right thing. Because literally you're blocking each other from a soulmate.
Yeah.
And you can use whatever excuse you want of why you need to keep this relationship together. That's between you and your soul path. But people know deep down inside if somebody is for them or if they ain't. They know. That's your journey. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
What they call it? They call it settling. They settle for what they have in their face, and they don't ascribe to excellence. Because their soulmate will be, like it says, I am my beloved, and my beloved and I are one. That's the scripture. And you look at that, that means you almost are twin flames in who you are in your soul. Everything matches. I mean, mostly your likes and everything. And you don't have to struggle to get somebody to vibrate at the same level, because they already vibrate at the same level.
Thank you, sis. It shouldn't be a struggle.
No.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I think we put too much on that whole soulmate thing, because everything is about frequency. If your soul is vibrating at a low frequency, and you keep attracting low frequency motherfucker, that's your soulmate.
Yeah,
that's the frequency.
I agree. I totally agree. If you both low vibrational, then that's your soulmate, right? You both low vibrational. You got the same values and principles. And that's your soulmate, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But don't let the other one jump out of there and start looking and living and asking questions, and then it becomes out of balance, because we have to balance with, as the frequency change, we're supposed to change with it, and a lot of us are not going to do that.
But if we're not balanced within self, there is no balancing with anybody else.
I agree. Can you say that again, Brother Sean?
If there is no balance within self, there is no balancing with somebody else. You know, we keep saying that our purpose is about self, mastering self, but then we still keep on factoring other individuals, whether we're talking about a soulmate or who or whatever, a so-called God, etc. We keep on factoring everybody else into it, and everybody else has a part to play on who we are. I mean, if you're writing the script and you're the leading character, the star of the movie make it whether or not anybody else survives the movie or not. Usually. So, I mean, why keep giving so much power over to other people for your happiness that you are responsible for?
Amen.
If you're not happy with yourself, if you can't stand to be with yourself, why would you expect somebody else to be able to be around you? I mean, people just can't take the time to heal.
Come on with
and
it
get
now.
themselves right.
Come on
and
with it now.
actually realize what it is that they want. What you say you want. Is it something that you see your mother and father had, or something that your grandparents had? And all you saw is what they permitted you to see. You don't know what they went through to get to that point.
Right.
There was a point in time that the goddamn world could be falling apart, but your folks would make you feel like wasn't shit going wrong.
Right. And they was MFing and SBing, and he was sleeping on the Chase Lounge like, nigga, I cut you if you get in this motherfucking bed. But you didn't know that.
But they made it work.
That's a great point.
That's funny.
Just based upon all the information that we've come in to remembering and seeing where things are and where things are going, and we're supposed to be in a new dimension, new era, all this, that, or the other. And we're still hanging on to ancient principles. Now, at the time that the very first ones, whatever time that was here, everything was new. And each generation added on. It wasn't just the first thing that we came across, okay, this is what we finna do. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. This is the only thing we're going to do. We're never going to do anything else. That wasn't the case. If we're creators, we're constantly bringing something new into manifestation. And if we're as timeless and ancient as we say we are, and there's nothing new under the sun,
It's good.
everything already exists. It's just a matter of returning to that frequency to partake in it. So we really don't have shit to do but master self, because everything that can be and ever will be created, we've already created it. We just can't find this shit because we ain't resonating at the proper frequency.
Right.
But I digress.
No, very, very good points. Very good discussion. So Nisi Putin came on up. Nephew knew why. So I think nephew came on first. Let me unmute him. Then I'm also unmute Nisi Poo. I think knew why you should be unmuted. Let me unmute Nisi Poo. Hey nephew, how are you?
Great, Auntie. How you doing? Peace and love.
I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you, darling. I'm glad to be here.
Wholeness and power, bro.
Peace and love.
Good evening, Auntie Sandra. How everyone doing this evening?
Good.
Hey.
Hey, Reflection. How you doing, girl?
I'm good.
Y'all know I love the accent. I'm a sucker for the accent. I'm a sucker for the accent now. So yeah.
All right. So what y'all got on it? I know this is this whole show then turned into the aunties with a scarf and unk moment, but it's important.
Yeah.
Well, off the dribble, I would say that I agree with Uncle Sean, where you have to raise up your frequency for the individual that you're with. Being upset with the individual because they're not how you want them to be. If you were focused on self, you wouldn't give a shit what they were or weren't, because you would be too focused on self that their misfortunes wouldn't be anything you would care about, because you would be focused on your manifestations. And once again, I agree with Uncle Sean. We need to learn how to go back to manifesting the things we want. We may not have something that we like, or we may not be in the position that we would like to be in, but we have the mental capacity and the laws of vibration, the laws of attraction to work with to bring these things to us. So because we are not vibrating on that level of using natural law, we're now asking our mate to manifest something physical that is actually manifesting the spiritual that only we can tap into. So we're actually blaming the wrong person for our misfortune. Again, we should be looking at self and saying, okay, I'm unhappy with this individual because they're not giving me the love I want. Okay, but do I love myself enough for that love to not be coming from them? Meaning a man shouldn't have to love a woman for her to be happy. She should be happy with herself, and his love should just be a cherry on the top. But for some relationships, we're built where the persons get their happiness from that other person. And if that other person doesn't meet up that expectation, that's where our relationship issues come into. So if you go back to self and you cared about self, you wouldn't care if the person liked you or not. You wouldn't care if they made you, did something to make you happy or not, because you would be happy with what you were doing. So simply that.
Your better self.
Correct. It wouldn't matter what, again, if I don't even say that. As long as you focus on you, it shouldn't matter what the other person's doing, because again, it's about your frequency. If you raise your frequency where now things are, okay, bring the things you want into your life. So you want happiness, you have to be happier more often throughout your day. You have to bring out the happiness in other people's day. And you will find throughout your entire day, your day was happier. So if you are upset that it's not a happy day you're having, well, maybe it's because you're not the happy person in the day. And maybe that should change, not the day itself. So I'll yield on that point, but self is to blame.
And I'm just gonna add to that. That is all true. So this is just my take on it. No one is responsible for your happiness. Okay? So it would be selfish for me to search for a mate and I put my soul happiness on the back of my mate.
Facts.
That's selfish and that's wrong. That's setting my mate up for failure. Okay?
Correct.
Now, the second part of that, I ain't gonna vary from what I said. If we do not align from a frequency perspective, i.e., our values and our principles don't align, we don't align.
And I'll say with that, we need to come up front with our values and principles before we really get too far into relationships, because that's
exactly
a major
right. We should know if we align before we get too far in the relationship. And let's say we get in a relationship and for whatever reason, we're not aligning anymore and we're trying to get back on that alignment, but it's not working, then a decision needs to be made.
Correct.
Maybe I just could be looking at it a little bit too simplistic.
No, I'll even add that to go. You go back to the base then. If there's an issue with the relationship, if you guys had the similar values and it was based on truth and love, then I would say you go back to how did mama do it? How did grandma do it? What are we doing differently? What did they do differently that's causing the ripple in our particular relationship right now? Because again, your both values should align. So grandma A and grandma B should have similar values. So that's what I believe. If you guys are let's say the swirl, well, it's going to be different. You guys are not going to have similar values. So yeah, you might have that issue where the friction is there. Again, you probably shouldn't be together.
Yep. All right, Nisi Pooh, what you got on it?
So I was just gonna say, honestly, just from my own personal perspective, I think that people's values and interests change over time.
Mm-hmm.
And what bonded y'all in the beginning might not be the glue that holds you in the future. And right. So you have to find ways to have new experiences. That whole trauma bonding that we tend to do in our younger years when we're immature, it doesn't serve us when we get to that maturity level, because then it turns into, well, I'm interested in a whole nother type of thing, and you're still stuck in, your lower vibration, right? You're trying to heal from those traumas. So you're trying to raise your vibration, and the other person might not be working on themselves to do the same.
So in other words, growing together, right?
Yeah, growing together. And I think oftentimes we just go through the motions of life, living in our subconscious brain and not being creative in our relationships. And, having a husband who has PTSD, he doesn't like crowds. It's like trying to pull him out the house from his left-handed cigarette. I'm like, dude, put the weed down for a second. Like, we need to go do something fun. Like, I'm trying to get up out of here. He's like, I'm trying to watch a series on Netflix right now. And, sometimes we might clash on having those new experiences. So then I have to, bend sometimes, and I'll say, okay, well, I'll watch TV with you, but we're going to have to watch Westworld.
Right. But is that values and principles though?
I would say that, being willing to bend is part of having values and principles. You can't just be so stuck in your own way. You have to be willing to compromise, and you have to understand what the other person is going through and be empathetic. A lot of times folks are selfish. They want to do what they want to do when they want to do, and they don't give a crap about the other person. After so many years, they just stop caring. And they feel like, I want to be about me. And life is not about you. It's about we. It's about the family. And so you have to make sacrifices. And sometimes those sacrifices don't feel good, but you have to make them. It's just putting your big girl drawers on and making those choices to do what's best for the family. Now, a lot of the stuff be petty. Now, if the dude is busting you upside of your head,
exactly,
that's a whole nother story.
That's a whole nother level. Right.
But if he's just a little bit different, because I'm an outdoorsy person. I love being outside. I don't give a shit how hot it is. Mm-hmm. My husband, on the other hand, he don't like being hot. He'd rather be in the AC. So it's like, come on, let's go outside. Let's go do something out in nature. And he's looking at me like, chick, it's 100 degrees. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right. But is that values and principles? And I only keep bringing that up because what you're describing, that's normal relationship stuff, right?
And I'd like to add to that.
Yes.
Too.
That's normal relationship stuff.
It is, but the point that I'm making is sometimes we have this tendency to feel like that that person is not meant for me because they don't like the same things that I like.
That's stupid.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. That's stupid that's stupid and immaturity. If you're willing to throw your relationship away over what she just named, that's immaturity. You don't value your relationship. Come on, I'm finna keep it real. I'm finna be real auntie with you on this shit. If those are your problems and you're willing to throw your relationship over that, I'm side-eyeing you and questioning you. Do you really love that person?
That gets back to the values.
Because that ain't shit to be throwing away no relationship over.
But auntie, you'll be amazed at how many people I talk to who are having relationship issues, and it be for simple, stupid shit like that.
Well,
and
be like, somebody ain't loving somebody in that relationship. I'm finna keep it real honest with you. Somebody is not loving someone in that relationship. Because that's small shit. When we talk values and principles, we're talking how these babies are going to be raised. We're talking finances. We're talking building legacy, building future.
And even in those values and principles, sometimes you'll get kicked back because I'm going to be honest. I want to homeschool my children. My husband looks at me. He's like, you're overwhelmed. Why don't you put them back in school? And I'm like, I don't give a shit how overwhelmed I am. I'm going to make it work. And I need your help. You know, it's like sometimes even on those types of, you know, foundational principles, you even might have pushback, but you have to be patient with the other person because they don't see what you see because they haven't researched what you've researched.
I agree.
You know, so
agree.
You even in those types of situations,
that's still not even nothing to break up over.
That's communication because
that's not a reason to end a relationship, and especially when you have children. That's not what to end a relationship over.
He sounds like he's just trying to protect you on the overwhelming stuff. He wants to make sure that you're level-headed, so he gets some of your attention.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that can be worked out.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So, but on his level, he may understand because I want to homeschool my child. My child is homeschooled, so I understand the realistics of saying no. We're going to do this. We have to figure it out as a family. And okay, you got to do left, I got to do right, and we'll make it work. I think that's where communication comes in, and that's not enough relationships are built on a clear level of communicating of how to manifest what you want. I want to homeschool. Okay, he wants more time with you. Okay, how do we make the two? Because that's what he's saying. I'm going to be straight with you. He's saying he wants more time. He's not saying he doesn't want to homeschool. But if she does that, then I don't get this, and this doesn't happen, and this doesn't happen. So that's where I can see that perspective. But on a whole, is how do we do for the babies? And that's where you got to be you have to be compromised and put yourself aside and say, you know, this is for the babies. We have to do this less so we can do this more. And that's where where relationship
and communication.
I agree, but that's still not a deal breaker.
No,
that's not aligning with core values and principles. So watch this.
No, that's
Auntie Sandra.
Yes, dear.
Name core values and principles in a relationship. What would be a deal breaker for you?
For me?
Yeah.
Drinking.
Come on with it now. See, aunties with the motherfucking scarves. We ain't come to motherfucking play.
Broke. Not working.
Degenerate. See, come on now. We not fucking playing. Come on, Annie. Shit.
Gambler.
Come on with
women.
It. Shit. Right.
Never home.
Yeah.
Don't bring his money home.
Keep going. Goddamn it. We finna tell you what these core values and motherfucking principles are. Keep going, sauce.
Argumentative. Always want to fight.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Abusive.
Abusive, yes.
Neglectful.
Turn around. Huh?
Neglectful.
unappreciative.
Family does not come first. Building a legacy ain't in your motherfucking vocabulary.
Exactly.
These are values and principles that I do not fucking negotiate.
And mistreats his children.
You better motherfucking believe it. And bitch, if we ain't got children together, if I see you mistreating your other children, nigga, I'm out of there. Deuces.
Yeah.
Those are core values and principles that we are talking about.
Auntie, from a male perspective, when I'm courting a girl, I really look at how her relationship with her father and what type of mother her mother is. Because again, those core values will translate down into the type of woman she is. If she doesn't have a father in her life and she doesn't know what how a man should love a woman, she's going to have a very different expression of that when she's now dealing with you.
Right. So, Sis Nonya said, hi, Jeans. Well, if you a funky motherfucker.
We can put some soap out there.
We had that conversation last week.
Did we discuss people not washing their sexual parts last week?
He didn't appreciate the treatment.
Let me tell you something. I ain't even, number one, when them drugs come off, you funky. This relationship ain't going no further anyway, so we ain't even gotta worry about that.
Yeah,
that because I ain't even got to that point with you where we in no serious relationship. You can't even wash your motherfucking ass, so I ain't even attracted to you. So we can take that off the table.
Hey, I went out on a date when I was a young girl, and he went in the store to get a bottle of wine, just one. And then he came back and he offered me the bottle of wine. But meanwhile, I looked at his teeth.
Whoa.
That's a deal breaker. Already.
That was
already. You didn't mentally in your mind, panties is up. And you like,
legs
this date
crossed.
need to be ever. This date need to be
he
over.
don't even brush his. They were
right. We ain't getting in no relationship. You can't wash your ass and brush your motherfucking teeth.
I've never seen him again. I don't even know what his name was. I said, oh no.
But dirty dick, that ain't acceptable either.
Nope.
That's core values and principles. That other stuff always can be worked out and is negotiable. And anybody that don't want to negotiate, well, you didn't love me like you say you loved me. So really, what do we really have?
It's when the foundation is no good, the relationship is no good.
Exactly.
Because you started a foundation on sand. Somebody mentioned that earlier. You started lying before you could even get through the door. When you start lying, it's like adultery. Once you have adultery, you broke them vows, bro. You can forget it.
Auntie Sandra, and tell me if you agree with this. Roachy ass friends who ain't got nothing going for themselves. Cause they negative roachy energy, even though you're person that you're courting or you're with, when they bring their friends around, being in a higher frequency, you just feel like you're in a room with a bunch of people by yourself.
You are.
And
we are like you are.
You feel like roaches crawling on you.
Remember, your mate is seeking your higher energy. He is part of that lower vibration, and amongst his people is lower vibration, but he's with you because he recognized higher vibration.
Yeah, they do. They do recognize it. That's for sure.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Take that as a prize.
Roachy friends.
I keep roachy people. Far as roachy friends, I don't even fuck with roachy friends.
No,
because my nerves is too bad. Now there are roachy family members.
You can
let's be real. There are roachy family members, and I deal with them accordingly.
Yeah.
I'm not lowering my frequency to make any motherfucker comfortable. Let me say that for the slow ones in the back.
You gotta learn that.
You can say what you want to say about me, you being selfish, and these niggas out here trying to run this game. Oh, you gonna die alone. Nigga, that's okay. I'ma die alone, goddammit, been traveled the world, but I won't die alone with your roach ass harassing me. I'm not lowering my frequency to make no motherfucker happy.
That's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
Whether it be family member, relationship, I'm not doing it.
Sometimes people get with you and you're a nice person, you have good vibration, and what happens is they get unhappy with you because their vibration is low, they low life, they want to fight, they want to
They expect you to accept roachy, low-level behavior. They get in that situation. Number one, they done lied themselves in that situation. They done lied themselves into that situation. Then expect, because we in love, that I'm supposed to accept that. No, I'm not accepting the motherfucking thing. I told y'all, I'm bougie.
And
I don't fuck around in the gutter.
They get mad.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I really don't care. And
so you have to tell them this is not where you found me. So what you expected? Right.
Now I'm supposed to
No.
roll around and shit with you. No.
You don't tell them nothing.
Because I ain't explaining the goddamn thing. You already know what it is, boo.
No, you have as I said, we have the intuition to know what they're feeling. We have to sense their energy. We just need to operate with that knowledge and not give a fuck. Oh, you hate me?
Don't tell me what the fuck I am, that I ain't single and happy. That I want a man. If I wanted a nigga in my bed, goddamn it, he'll be in my bed. I know how to get a nigga in my bed when I want a nigga in my bed. Let's not get it twisted, Warrior King.
You're just jealous that he is not the one that's in your bed.
No, don't. That man is married. No, that man is married. Let's not get it fucking twisted. Let's not get it twisted. I am far from being a woman that needs any type of man laying in my motherfucking bed. You don't know what my soul journey is. If I wanted a nigga in my bed, he would be in my bed. That's a phone call away.
That part.
Literally. That's a motherfucking phone call away.
It's easy, isn't it?
I live what the fuck I say.
Yeah.
Play those options.
So you can spew that on some other woman. But dick ain't hard to find, and getting fucking married ain't hard to find, baby.
Means nothing at the end of the day.
I could go right now, pull out a motherfucking carrot engagement ring. So you can run that motherfucking script on somebody else.
Run that.
I mean what I said. It has to work for me.
It has to work for you.
It has to work for the person that's with me.
Yeah.
I am the architecture of my happiness.
Facts.
A man does not make or break my happiness.
Should not.
You're so funny, Ronnie.
He enhances and shares my experience with me.
Cherry on the motherfucker.
I'm not a broken woman where I need a man to make me happy.
Or
oh, okay, I can't get nobody to marry me. Okay, you can believe what you want. But nigga, you was on my platform complaining about your motherfucking situation.
We missing out.
Not me. You was on my platform. Nigga, didn't you just take up an hour and something of our motherfucking time explaining your situation? So what triggered your feelings?
Something I said.
That you feel you know me. That I can't get a man. But nigga, you was on my shit. Where my numbers dropped down. With you explaining your motherfucking situation.
Oh, he says you can get anybody to marry you.
But weren't you just the same one when you said you can't find like-minded people because every time they try to tell you where you in the wrong? And what did I say to you? Are they really telling you the honest truth about you, or are you just being the person that want to hear what you want to hear?
Right. Denying the truth.
So now all of a sudden, I'm the one fiending for a motherfucking man.
He might need a Mayan calendar reading. Hit me up.
Child, I don't
Instagram.
care what he need. He can go on with that bullshit. Getting married ain't hard. Nigga, you married. And you was on this bitch complaining for an hour and a half. You ain't heard me yet coming on here complaining about no motherfucking relationship.
You happy though?
So you may want to go back and reflect this entire vid. Go back and reflect it.
I just want to make something clear. I wasn't complaining. I don't want anyone in the audience to think I'm
we didn't even think that,
complaining.
Niecy Poo. You're just sharing. You're
I'm
just
sharing
sharing. And you're keeping it real. You're literally keeping it real. And it's nothing wrong with that. You're being honest. You're keeping it real. We're just having a dialect. And we only own this shit because this nigga brought it up.
That part.
And what you're talking about, you can reflect on, because a lot of the stuff is, I'm in a similar position where my missus is on the opposite level, where they'll rather drink water, I'll drink juice. And it's like, all right, how do we work this out? But it's more of you finding the equilibrium where you're just happy to be with each other. They're different. Yeah. You're different. Nice.
And it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay to be different. Like I had to come to that realization, like it's okay. This dude does not like history like me. I can't force him to travel in time into the 1600s.
That's not his shit.
Like,
that's your shit.
But that's not a deal breaker though.
It's definitely not a deal breaker.
That's not a deal.
I have a wonderful, wonderful mate.
Exactly. That's why I asked Auntie Sandra to name what are core value breakers.
Yeah, the nigga ain't drinking, the nigga ain't beating you, the nigga ain't cheating, the nigga ain't
he ain't working.
You know? He ain't crusty, he ain't dusty.
He get his drink on, but that's not a deal breaker for me.
That's no, you know what we talk about drinking. Just a stone alcoholic that y'all know what we talking about when we talking about drinking. And that means drugs too.
Yeah, I don't do the drugs. That's a big deal breaker for me.
Right.
Because we don't.
Right. We're talking about core values and principles. And I said what the fuck I say. I don't break my core values and principles for anyone. So if that means I ain't gonna get a man, believe you me, I'm fucking okay with it. Because if I wasn't okay with it, I would be out here breaking my core values and principles. Hug the fuck up. It ain't hard to get no man. It ain't hard to be married.
I just don't get why people think in order to be happy that you and someone else have to think alike and do everything alike and spend all day, every day together.
They sold us that story.
What's wrong with having different interests? To be able to have time apart, to be true to that aspect of yourself.
Wow.
It comes with maturity.
It does.
Right. And it has nothing to do with loving that person any less. It's just still loving yourself enough to put time into yourself, to give y'all time and space away from each other, to miss each other.
Facts.
When y'all apart doing the things that you do separately, you're each gaining new experiences.
Right.
It's something more and new to talk about when y'all get home together.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just adding variety.
How was your day?
Exactly. If everybody done the same thing all day, every day, that's when you get bored with shit. That's when shit become mundane. And this pandemic should show you that most motherfuckers in relationships cannot stand to be around each other all day, every day. Motherfuckers have to do shit, have to go to work, have to do something, have to spend some type of time apart in order to function properly.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all this domestic violence that's taking place now that people have been made to spend time with one another.
Their demons are coming out.
Exactly. And even when vibrating at a high frequency, you have to remember parasites come to the light too.
Yeah, they're attracted.
They like to feed. You have to have discernment, because a parasite, depending upon the nature of the parasite, he don't care if you're unhappy. Your energy is sweeter when you're unhappy.
Mm-hmm. Mm. A high vibrating unhappy person. Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, being selfish means knowing when to let certain shit go and what to hold on to. You fulfill your contract with your children.
Yeah.
And look at that as being selfish, because that's benefiting you.
Yeah,
that's benefiting your soul. You're supposed to be selfish about putting your children on their purpose, putting them in position to become their higher self.
Exactly.
Not just a citizen or a product, but the actual purpose of us having this school, this paradise, is to ascend to higher means, not to keep staying trapped here. When your children get trapped up under your watch,
right?
What they do as a soul and another reincarnation with somebody else may not necessarily have anything to do with you. But what happens on your watch, you very much responsible for that, and you gonna pay for that.
Written in your heart.
But that's why you have to embrace that whole contract and relationship as yourself.
Yeah.
And be selfish as fuck about it.
Yeah.
Mine gonna have what they need. And I ain't necessarily talking about material shit.
Right.
That you're gonna have all this, that, or the other. But morally and from a soul perspective, that's what I'm going to feed you. Whether or not you swallow the seeds and they manifest themselves, that's on you.
Right.
But if you get dissected and cut open, my goddamn seed's gonna be in there.
It's instilled.
What I instilled in you is gonna be in there.
Yeah.
So you ain't gonna never be able to say I didn't tell you this, that, or the other.
Right.
Because I know I did. And I tried to lead by example. So when I leave here, I ain't coming back for nothing or nobody. I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I'm putting in my work with those that I have contracts with.
Yeah.
You enter into them contracts, you have to fulfill them, point blank, period.
Or repeat.
Exactly. At some time, you're going to have to fulfill that contract. It's just a matter of which era you wind up fulfilling it under. Because after this age of Aquarius is over, there's another goddamn era. And more bullshit.
Right.
So,
and that's up to you if you want to have that experience. But again, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm not bending my values and my principles. I don't give a fuck. I don't care none of that about what I'm supposed to do, what looks good. I give no fucks. That's because that's what I want to do. That's my sole purpose. Now, what you want to do with your sole purpose, that's your business. So again, no amount of shaming tactics. I done told y'all that shit don't work on me. It don't work on me. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't need those things to tell me who I am. I know who the fuck I am. I can stand alone. So if you triggered about my situation, whose issue is that?
To be honest, they can't even appreciate, because the fact that you aren't, don't have the ties of marriage and children, you're able to do the research and put the information out properly and run circles around these motherfuckers at 1,000 miles a minute. Like, where's the appreciation in that?
I don't even need them to be honest, Nisi Poo. I don't need a motherfucker to appreciate anything.
Well, they need to get the hell on, because this is the age of appreciation and being thankful.
To be honest, I don't need them to appreciate anything. I really don't. Because if you don't appreciate,
what are you here for?
Right, because if you don't appreciate, that already lets me know where you are. You want folks to be what you want them to be, and see, you don't run a motherfucking thing over here. I done told people that plenty of times. You don't run this platform. You don't run how I run my life. I do what the fuck I want. It's just that simple. And folks be getting triggered over other people's shit. Worry about your own shit. Worry about your shit.
You know what I had to learn coming up?
What?
I know.
The difference between what's happening around me and what's actually happening to me.
True.
Ooh, say that again.
I had to learn to differentiate between what is happening around me and what is actually happening to me.
Being an observer.
People are going through a lot of different things because people aren't healed. And a lot of times people are projecting.
Absolutely.
They're trying to put on you what they're actually feeling and going through. It's either you're going to deal with that person because you know what's on the other end of that, or because you are partially responsible for that person being that way. That determines what actions you should take. It's either you can deal with it and not add to the person's problem, or you can just leave that person alone. I mean, if you say that you're going to be with somebody and you love them unconditionally, and you know that they're healing, but you don't give them the proper space to heal, or if you call yourself helping them heal, if you don't know how to help them heal, you can't make somebody heal the way you want them to.
Now that's real. Damn.
You have to understand the root of their problem and get to that root. We can keep treating symptoms forever, As long as that root cause is there, it's going to keep coming back. Now, plenty of guys out here that want a woman to help them. It's understandable to want and to need help. But how many brothers is it that say that you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? Ain't nobody willing to put in the work with these sisters. But we expect them to keep putting in the work with us.
Can you just say that for the slow ones in the back?
We can't keep expecting sisters to take care of us if we're not willing to take care of them. Through this war, everybody needs some help. But at some point, you have to stand on your own too. If you depended on somebody, you got to pay that shit forward. You got to be able to look out. Everybody keep talking about unity, building this community or this nation, this, that, or the other. And the motherfucker ain't learned to look out for itself enough to be able to look out for somebody else.
Exactly.
Or motherfuckers lack appreciation when somebody do help you out.
Exactly.
That's the first person who face you spit in. That's the first person who you stick a knife in their damn back.
It's disgusting.
It's quite disgusting. And again, nobody's obligated to help anyone but your children. I'm sorry. And I will never tell a young woman coming up that her obligation is to build a man up. Her obligation is to set her values aside until that man gets to where he needs to be. I will never tell a woman that. No. She's not obligated to do that for you.
It's not your mom.
Exactly. She's not your mom. Can you say that again? Nephew?
That is not your mother you're having a relationship with. So
she's not obligated to do that.
Not obligated to give you that type of.
And I've always gotten pushback from that. You think you this, you think I can be whatever you want me to be, baby. But my answer is no.
And just because two people aren't together don't mean that you have to be enemies. If you want your children to be able to do better as adults, you have to show them better. Sisters, you can't keep the children away from him if he's trying to do right. And you can't sit up and bash him and talk all this stuff about, well, I don't need a motherfucker, this, that, or the other.
Daddy and shit.
All this old weird shit. Then you bring some weak, lame motherfucker around the house and your son sitting up seeing some lame ass motherfucker laying up, eating up his food and shit while you talk down on his father. But you got some lame nigga laying up in there, so your son think it's all right to be that same type of nigga.
Yeah.
No matter what you said, Ma, this is what you accept.
This is what I saw. Exactly.
Right. You know I love you. This is what you showed me, Ma. This is the type of man that you showed me I should be.
Exactly.
My daddy, he worked and all this, that, and other, and you called him all type of bum motherfuckers. But this motherfucker that sit on the couch all goddamn day, play games, and
don't work. Exactly.
Right. It's the type of man that you put in the house over me. So it seemed like he had an easier life. So I don't want to be no bum nigga like my daddy and work and all this, that, and other. I want to sit on the couch like this nigga. I want to be a G and cuss a bitch out and hit her upside her head.
I need to find a woman that will accept that. Yeah.
Exactly, because that's what you showed me.
And fathers, in cases where you do have a daughter and trying to raise a daughter, that shit is difficult as fuck. I'll Been there. You got to be careful about the type of women that you choose and put in front of your daughter.
Like a motherfucker.
Because if she see that you just keep dealing with bum bitches, she figures she need to be a bum bitch to get a good dude.
Bum bitch quality.
I mean, it's just so much that we show by example.
Exactly.
It get to a point where the children don't give a fuck what we say, because we lie to them all the goddamn time. Anyway, we lied to them before they even fucking understand what's going on. When we telling them about the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus and all this other shit, just sitting up fucking lying to them minute after goddamn minute. And then expect them to be real. But I digress.
First person.
No, and you know, or don't, again, you don't have to accept anything we're saying. We're not your parents. We're not any of that. You take what the fuck you want to take out of it or not take out of it. The choice is yours. It's absolutely yours. Because at the end of the day, I'm certainly going to do what the fuck I want to do. So you do the same.
We all got different experiences.
Exactly. But just understand this. Whatever you do, there's consequences. There's cause and effect. Now that ain't none of us getting out of. It's called universal law. None of us is getting out of that. So just realize the choices that you make, those are the consequences and the experiences that you will have. And why we have to make it much more difficult than it needs to be is beyond me.
Effort.
But you do you.
Takes effort to break that.
I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. That's why I told you it's at your soul level. And I stand on that shit.
How much you want it?
I own it. Can't a motherfucker tell me why I do what I do. I know why I do what I do. I can't tell you why you do what you do. Go have your experience. But just know the decisions that you make, you have to deal with those consequences.
Yeah.
There's cause and effect. It's just that fucking simple. All right, damn, it's 11:09. Yeah, a warrior king on some bullshit. He got triggered on something I said. Now he trying to clean it up. Supposedly and allegedly, I misread, but you kept right the fuck on with what you were saying. And that's cool too. That's cool. I still don't bend what I said. I said what I said. I don't bend my values and principles for no one. I'm not building up a man. I'm not a construction worker.
Ah, damn.
It doesn't matter if you feel I ain't gonna have a man. Okay, and is that supposed to be a badge of honor?
Yeah.
Right. People fucking kill me. So yeah, you dead ass wrong. You came on my motherfucking shit for an hour. I literally saw my numbers fucking plummet, nigga. While you were up here talking about your situation, I literally had someone say, sis, I'm out. I can't do this. This is depressing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So get the fuck out of here with that. You caught. You exposed yourself. So all that shit you was up here talking about honesty, you just gave us everything we need to know. And I'm cool with that. Don't get me wrong, because your experience is your experience. That's your stuff to deal with, like I told you when you was up here. That's that soul work I told you you need to do. And I stand on that. So you don't ever have to come back up in this bitch again.
Ever.
Because I'm not changing what the fuck I said.
Change the locks.
And it's especially when it's concerning my life, my personal experiences, who I choose to fuck, choose not to fuck, and vice versa. Who choose to fuck me and not to fuck me. That's none of your motherfucking concern. Yeesh. And you're out of order. So again, you don't ever have to come up in this bitch again. I was doing you a fucking solid coming on my motherfucking panel. Talking about we not your type of people. Bitch, was we your type of people when you was up here a motherfucking hour going around in circles? Uh-huh. You might, well, bitch ass might want to rewind this back. And see what's we your type of people when you kept throwing out all of them scenarios asking for our motherfucking opinion. Now correct me if I'm wrong, panel. Did we throw out our motherfucking scenarios? Or was it the other way around? I took an hour out of my motherfucking show for you, nigga. So you done already played your cards. Shit, fuck out of here with that bullshit. So anyhow. Anyway, we're gonna wind down. Oh, people prove your point every time. They fucking prove your point. That's that pretending bullshit I be talking about right the fuck there.
Oh, fake love.
That's that fucking pretending shit. I fucking can't stand a nigga to pretend. Yeah, shit, I didn't ask him to... he asked me to put that motherfucking link down here and spent the hour of our fucking time. And now I'm the bitter bitch. Nigga, really?
God damn.
Get the fuck out of here. I see you for who you are. I said something that triggered your motherfucking soul.
And he wasn't you.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit. So, all right, we're going to get last words. So, with that said, Nephew New Why, you have any last words for the family?
We love you, Auntie Rhonda. Appreciate the energy each and every week that you come out here and you put yourself in this position to be crucified, essentially. But we do thank you for holding your values, ensuring that energy continues to be passed down to the generation with, Nisa Poo and others. So give thanks to that. Brother Sean, thank you again for maintaining this masculine energy upon the platform. Really appreciate that. As you said, you balance out the thing. As you said, it takes 2 to 1. Like I said, we see you. We see you and we appreciate that positive male energy. Give thanks for that. Auntie Sandra, big up yourself. I see you've come along a long way. I don't hear nothing about the Bible no more. You freaking got your scarf on nice.
Buddy.
We appreciate you.
You're funny.
So keep it rolling. Again, love you all. Thank you for the energy. Keep it up. Like I said, the fake love will come true, but we'll keep it moving. Keep it moving. Give thanks.
Indeed, indeed. Nisi Pooh, you have any last words for the family?
Reflection.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. All right. I'm not even gonna say that part. Okay, she busy. She busy. She don't have no last words.
That smell off of herself.
Yeah, shit. Okay. So Nisi Pooh, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I don't know how that got off track, but it was
that
crazy.
Nigga is crazy as fuck.
We can't solve people's problems.
Hell no.
We can give them some leads, some directions, you know, maybe, but you have to go from there because nobody's in your relationship, in your situation.
Exactly.
You only go by what you say and what you type, and we don't know the ins and outs of it, you know. And if you love your spouse, hold on to it. I mean, nobody's trying to tell you to let go. But I have enjoyed tonight. You know, it's hard to tell people how to live when they haven't lived long enough to see that there's a life beyond here. You know, because where you are in one spot, you wait 10 days, you're going to be in another spot. But you have to see that for yourself. You're never going to stay the same. Your body changes every 3 days. You're a total person, new person all over again. So don't get so anxious about what is going to happen and what you need to do now and how do I have to do this and all this kind of stuff. But you just let it happen, because if you work on you, everything you know.
Exactly.
It'll happen, you know. And if it doesn't, you didn't need it. So I just had to let that out there, because sometimes you get the package without the values that you have. And that package will never change. So, you know, cut your losses and keep stepping.
Values don't matter. You're supposed to bend your values to be with a motherfucker, sis.
No. That don't work like that.
Work
you know,
like
because
that. We both know.
Yeah, you know, because like Brother Sean says, it's not what you tell your children, it's how you live that your children see.
Right.
Children learn by example, period, in the problem. They don't care if you say, wash your teeth, brush your teeth, wash your face, go take a shower, and you stand around all day long smelling.
Right.
They're going to do what you do.
It's acceptable.
So, you know, if you just keep plugging on, and children have minds of their own, by the way. I know you were really surprised by that, because these children, they're smarter than they used to be. They don't lay there in their cribs and just stare at the ceiling. They turn over, they try to crawl, they try to walk really at an early age, and they have full sentences nowadays. It's different children nowadays, really different. So understand that, you know, Warrior King, children do have feelings, and they gonna tell you about it when they grow up. Believe it, because I have some children. You see, I know how. You know. So anyway, I enjoyed this evening. I wish Brother Odell had a kind of.
I know, but you know, we always have to give him a break because that poor man. It's on UK time.
Because I think we went over the uncle, auntie, and this is session a little longer, and we didn't really. Maybe we helped somebody out there. But,
yeah, hopefully we did, and because I actually had other stuff to go over.
Yeah.
So it didn't go in vain. It definitely didn't go in vain. I'm hoping that it didn't anyway.
Because some people just don't want to hear advice, but they ask for it.
All of that part.
Yeah.
So thanks, sis. Thanks for that.
Peace and love, family.
All right, peace and love, sis. Because you were giving excellent information. All right, so with that said, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the fam?
Whatever, master self. That means learning to communicate with self. It's not just about what you say. It's what you do. It's what you can hear and are capable of listening to. Everybody wants to bark out orders. Nobody want to take them. Ain't that why they say too many chiefs, not enough Indian?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the problem within our so-called community? Everybody wants to be the chief. Everybody wants to lead. And don't even know who they are. I mean, you could say you know who your bloodline is, who your ancestors were, and go back so far. That still ain't explaining who you are. What is your legacy? What is it your descendants are going to have to say about you? Will they be enlightened by those conversations they have about you? Or is it going to be trauma that they need to get beyond? We responsible one way or the other. I know it was things that happened to me in my youth that they thought would be beneficial for me. Maybe that worked for one of my cousins or several of my cousins or one of my siblings. But the shit didn't work for me and had the opposite effect. If you have multiple children, you have to take the time to get to know each one as an individual.
Yeah.
How are you going to do what's best for your children if you're imposing the abuse that you endure and never found out the most effective way to reach your child and to get the best results out of your child? You just do to them what was done to you. Well, it happened to me, so it's good enough for you. If I made it through this, you can make it through this. Don't work like that. You pay attention to what's going on. Children killing their parents for shit. It's just all type of dysfunctionality in the so-called melanated family.
Yep.
And it's our refusal to grow into who we are now. We see that our ancestors made plenty of mistakes, cut all types of deals. There was bullshit that don't benefit us to this day. And we still gonna keep doing the same shit that they did and expect different results.
Crazy.
I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Thank you, Brother Sean. So thank you to the YouTube family. I know, I'm sorry, we got a little sidetracked tonight. So hopefully someone got some value out of this. I hope that you all did. Again, your experience is your experience. You do what's best for you. And you should be knowing that at a soul level. I can't tell you that. You have to know that. And the only way you're going to know that is to do that work. I'm going to say this again. You cannot build a nation if your household is not together. You cannot build a nation if you walk outside your house and your block and your community isn't together. You cannot have a happy household if you haven't done the individual soul work that you need to do. You're responsible for self. You have to do the work. Your experience is your experience. It's just the bottom line. Like Brother Sean say, Rhonda can't tell you. I can't tell you. Sis Sandra can't tell you. This ain't the first time y'all hearing us say that. We say that all the time. We're saying it for a purpose because you have to do the work. We're only sharing with you things that either we've been through, we going through, and that what we're doing. It's really not difficult. Once you start doing the work, the hard self-work that you need on self, the rest of the stuff becomes easy. You're able to make easier choices, what's in your best interest. It's simple. You have to create your reality. You have to do it. It shouldn't matter to you what somebody else is doing, what the white man is doing. You have to create your reality. You're responsible for creating your own reality. You're responsible for having healthy relationships, healthy families, building a legacy for your children. You're responsible for that. Point blank and simple. That is why I say you have to be willing to stand on your own. Everybody want to run around here talk about we're gods, we're kings, we're queens. I'm a G, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm a this, I'm a that. But all of those things means standing on your own. And when you do the necessary work, you're able to stand on your own. And it don't matter what nobody say about you, what supposedly and allegedly you done. None of that shit matters. Because you understand the assignment for you.
Right. I don't feel like that.
It's simple. It ain't in it. You're not supposed to be in it for what somebody else think. What do you think? What do you feel? What is your sole purpose? What's your fucking purpose for being on this planet?
God damn.
So with all of that said, that's the way I feel, and I stand on that. And I don't bend for it. I don't bend my values and my principles, because my values and my principles are tied to my sole purpose. And guess what? You deserve that. You're worthy of that. You have the power to do that. And anybody, anything telling you that you need something outside of yourself, you better really look at that side-eyed.
Jesus.
You better really, really look at that side-eyed. because you are supposed to be growing at a level that you understand what your purpose is and you can make it happen.
You tapped in.
So with that said, and thank you to the YouTube family for listening. I'm sorry. I know it got off track. I saw a lot of y'all drop off. I apologize for that. I still hope people got value out of this. So we'll be back next week. Shout out to Brother Odel. I hope you got some rest. I understand, brother. We love you. We appreciate you. So I hope you got some rest, and we'll pick back up next week. And thank you to my panel. Y'all was really, really, really patient tonight. So thank you, Auntie Sandra, had her scarf on, dropping that wisdom. So thank you so much, sis. Thank you to Nephew Nuwa coming up here, putting something on it. Thank you to Nisi Poo coming up here, putting something on it. And then thank you to Brother Sean bringing that male energy and that wisdom. He spit a lot of game. He spit a lot of game tonight. So thank you for that, Brother Sean. Because you was real patient. I just sat back. You were very, very patient. That took a lot of patience and work, and you were doing it out of love. So thank you for that. So, all right, fam, we're going to get out of here. We'll be back next week. No, I'm behind on what I want to do with the podcast episodes. I got something that I want to put out tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. So I want to see how you all feel about that one. Something that ran across me in passing. So I'll talk about that tomorrow in a quick podcast. So we'll be back next week. Hope we'll pick back up with Brother Odel's stuff. And then the other stuff that I wanted to get to as well that we didn't have a chance to do tonight. So thank you all very much, fam. Love you all very much. So we're going to rock out with some closing music. Peace and love, fam.